All righty. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the first day of the Elevate review panel. We are doing nonprofit organizations. Um, and hopefully everybody can hear me fine. Does anybody hear an echo? No? Okay. We are recording this. There will be no interaction between the applicants and the panel. The panels have read all of the applications and tentatively scored them prior to today. They will be going over their reviews. My name is Jesus Pantel. I am the Cultural Funding Supervisor. We also have other cultural funding staff members in attendance. Maya Williams-Britton is our tech host. Jesus Varela and Anne-Marie McCaskill-Davis are joining us for part of the day as well. They will be conducting our individual and creative business panels starting tomorrow. We also have Rachel Osgood from the Long Center helping us with tech support, and Priscilla Hale is our facilitator, ensuring that equity is top of mind in our newly revamped pilot programs with Elevate. We are reviewing organizations today with nonprofit organizations with budgets over $135,000. We have a 10-minute max review time per application. I will be doing the timer once the applications start. If we have any technical issues, we will stop the timer so that way everybody gets the full amount of time that they should receive. If we get down to about 8 minutes or so, I will give a 2-minute warning, just kind of raising my fingers up for the panelists, just so they know. And then if we do get to 10 minutes, we will stop reviewing that application, input our scores or finalize our scores, and then move on to the next application. We are asking the panelists not to repeat any comments that have already been said unless they really want to emphasize something. We are not scoring on consensus, so different panelists may have different scores and comments. That's fine. They are providing overall application comments. They are not announcing a numeric score. Their comments should be in alignment with the review criteria. And we ask that they base their information only on the items that are listed in the rubric, unless they have specific personal firsthand experience with the applicant or their work. We have also asked the applicant or the panelists to look beyond grantsmanship to the extent possible. So if they had to hunt for the information, but it is in there, we have asked the panelists to keep that in mind. If a panelist has a conflict of interest, they will recuse themselves from the live review. And we will have one of those later on today, so we'll just ask them to turn off their camera and mute their microphone, and then we will invite them back once that application is done being reviewed. So with that being said, we are almost ready to get started. Let me bring up our list of who we will be reviewing. And let me get my timer ready. Okay, so the first application up for review is Thinkery. Ashley and B are our primary and secondary. And Ashley, whenever you are ready to begin, I will start the timer once you start giving your comments.
Thank you. Thinkery, I'll just read some of my notes that I have. Their mission is focused on high quality hands-on STEAM education for all children. This has been their primary focus of the organization since they began as a grassroots organization in 1983. And so it began by parents and educators who have a deep understanding or lived experiences with their key constituency. And I like that in their cultural leadership that they also include or mention that they refer to the community to provide them a direction on where to take their leadership and what they focus on more directly. They mention continually revising their approach to planning a way to strengthen their community relationships, to learn more about the cultural identities and lived experiences of their staff, to continue centering the needs of their community partners, and nurture trust within the organization and the community which they belong to and they serve. They center community listening to create programs that are responsive and collaborate to produce an interactive exhibits and learning opportunities to inspire and engage children. They mention being informed by a community-based advisory board as well that consists of representatives from other arts and culture institutions across the city. And I thought another great highlight was their budget, that it was clear and efficient. And their history shows that they include payments for participating artists and their administrators. And I didn't see any deficits there. They did say that their budget or their funds that they're requesting would be to help remove or continue to remove barriers to access, including free admission to museums and their programming. And this is something that they've been, I think, continuing to do since the beginning. I think that's all of what I can mention.
Thank you. Secondary, B?
Yeah, it's certainly a very interesting organization. One thing that I loved is they listed through how they highlight various communities at different times of the year. And interestingly, very often times outside of the standardized month in which you would showcase that community. That shows a little bit of out of the box thinking that doesn't solely define people to the artificially created Heritage Month or organization or community month that we are positioned in. They provide a lot of services regardless of income level, especially important, I think, when you're dealing with children. Two things that you know, one is sort of a question, but when it came to cultural leadership, there was a lack of demographic specificity about who those leaders are. So you know, what are the leaders of your community? What do they look like? How do they resemble the demographics versus the demographics of your audience? And within that, as a children's museum, you know, do you have children on your board? Would be a very big question of mine, just as in, you know, how they deal with community response. How do you separate children from adults in terms of how you determine your services? Since so often we don't get children's point of view. And I'm sure they do some of that. It's just not stated in the application. So, you know, a little bit here and there. And they do reference disability in terms of Disability Awareness Month and in the disabled section, but not in terms of any of their demographics otherwise. So that is something that I would also throw in, is how do you incorporate that as well also into your museum exhibitions. But very, very interesting application. And I love children's museums. They're wonderful and you can play around. So thank you.
At this time, we'd like to invite any other panelists to add any comments, thoughts.
If I may add, I believe it may be helpful for the applicants to know that the two letters of recommendation were very similarly worded. And I'm conjecturing that this might have happened from sort of signposting to the recommenders, like what they thought could have been highlighted, because it's something I do myself when I write applications. Like, I'm going to ask you to write this recommendation because you know this about me. I'm going to ask you to do this. And of course, letters of recommendation can be so powerful, but in the future, it would be helpful, it would better suit the applicant to make sure that those sort of letters are complementary rather than repetitive.
Thank you, Karen. Any other panelists that would like to add anything?
I would like to add to this. I noticed that they talked about a belonging buddies, and a non-hierarchical staff group as well. It wasn't clear to me how that group actually functions and how their recommendations are received or how those people are selected from staff to be those representatives. So more information about that would have added to, particularly to community voice, and provided us a better framework of how within their leadership and community structure, how those inputs and recommendations are made and taken.
Any comments from other panelists? If there are no other comments, if you will please finalize your scores and we will move on to the next application. All right, next application up for review is Brave Communities. Hannah and B are our primary and secondary. And Hannah, whenever you are ready to begin.
Okay, so a little bit about this group is that they're really focused around narrative change, especially in terms of working with young people and allowing them to find their voice. I did find that the application speaks very broadly as to their diverse and marginalized communities it serves. And it could have used a lot more specifics on how it serves them. So a little bit more detail, and that would have been great. Overall, I did find it hard to get a good grasp of the specific focus of the program, but it might be that the mechanics or part of it is that they allow a lot of community voice and input in the development of their programs like Brave Fest, for example. I think that they could have gotten a lot more specific in a lot of their answers. And for example, in their history of service, they talk a lot about narrative change and the instances that led to the creation of their organization. But they talks about diverse communities quite broadly and not specifically. Cultural leadership was very broadly or primarily BIPOC. It seems like the founder wasn't listed as a board member, but also not specifically listed as executive leadership either. So I would have liked to learn a little bit more about how they're staffed or if they're staffed by a non-compensated, how that figures into how the work is done and decisions are made in the organization. But yeah, that's my primary input and feedback on it.
Thank you. Secondary, B?
Yeah, I mean, I will say at times there is specific data that's provided, but it is selective. So, you know, in cultural leadership, they identify the LGBTQIA plus and disabled % of their speakers, but you don't do that for your board, nor the students who attend your event. It at times therefore feels like there's a selective representation of diversity, equity, and inclusion where the organization may have opportunity for growth, or is citing community only where they see fit, and perhaps where else maybe doesn't necessarily benefit their perceptions as an organization. When it came to accessibility, they note that they're ADA compliant. ADA compliance is the bare legal minimum. So as a statement, that doesn't necessarily tell me they then elaborate and explain things that they do. But I will say it seems like an area in which there is a lot more opportunity, and it's a similar thing to the prior speaker, where like they say they have disabled speakers, but it's not contextualized. What I will say is it does appear that the organization is doing work that a lot of other organizations are not. And it definitely appears to almost, not that it's possible, but almost like the organization was created for the Elevate grant, if you would, in that it very much fits the bill of at least what we were positioned, the grant's evolution ideas are.
Thank you. Before we move on to other panelist comments, I just want to note that the percentage of board demographics that was mentioned, that is part of the portal application that the applicant has to fill out, but it's not seen. It's more for data collection, and so it's not seen on the panelist side. So I can't speak for the applicant, but that could be a possible reason why they did not provide those specific information, since they had already provided it as part of the application, but you as the panelists were not able to see that specifically for the board members. So just mentioning that in case it affects your score in one way or the other. With that being said, we'll open it up if other panelists have comments.
I would echo what the two primary and secondary noted about a lack of specificity in some instances, but I did find that when I read closely that they were doing a number, that the application seemed quite intentional about the mission of what they were doing, and so which includes vaccination outreach, PPE supplies, dispersing food, children's books, and period products to needy populations. And that they have a partner relationship with a DC-based nonprofit, which specifically focuses on global exchanges with the Middle East and North Africa. And they listed their language access to Spanish, Arabic, and Korean. So they also seem to connect with it, as I think Bea mentioned, a different group of Austin than we see in some of the other applications. It is apparently currently a very small group of about, it's serving less than 50, I think, youth, but their application is also relatively modest, I think, in terms of the requested sum. So I respect the intentionality of what the project is doing.
Anybody else have anything to add?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application. All right, the next application up for review is Fusebox Festival. Hannah and Hector are our primary and secondary. The timer will start whenever Hannah is ready to begin giving her comments.
Sure. Fusebox is primarily focused around live art experiences that address civic issues their constituents identify. What I really liked about this application is that they're very grounded in the work they're doing in East Austin, where they're also based, and they have a long history there of over 19 years. Their proposal did a really great job about being specific as to how they're being responsive to the needs of the Latinx and Black artists and communities they serve in East Austin. in particular. So even though they were founded as a more broad organization, it did evolve to include focus on artists in those communities, and it has been responsive to the displacement that those communities are facing in the East Side. It has very strong cultural leadership on the team, and really good detail about that in particular. And I also noted there's a really strong commitment to equity in their proposed programs, cultural responsiveness in particular as well. They had a lot of great feedback models of how they incorporate community voice from partners and curators that are focused around the area where they do their work in East Austin. And I noted pretty strong community relationships through their partnerships, their volunteers, it's a completely free event. So it has a pretty wide spread and has strong financial support as well. Okay. Those are my comments primarily.
Thank you. Secondary, Hector, and you're a little blurry, so maybe if you can move a little closer to the camera. Still a little blurry, but that's okay. Go ahead and give your comments, please.
That's so strange because I was okay earlier, just a few minutes ago. But you can hear me, right?
Yeah, it may be just wipe over your camera thing. I know earlier I was very blurred, but it was because I had a fingerprint there.
Oh, okay, I'll check that. Yeah, mine is brief. I think Hannah did a great job of describing the proposal. I agree with everything that she said. I do think that they did an okay job in talking about intersectionality, even though I think it is described in other sections. In this section, there wasn't as specific as I would have liked. However, I think what they also do is they show the impact of how they address the issues that are important to the women that are attending. I'm sorry, the people that are attending the film festival. So yeah, I think overall, I agree with what Hannah said.
Would anybody else, any other panelists like to?
I'll just add a few comments.
Mute yourself just a moment. Who said they wanted to add something?
Oh, I did, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Cass.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the diversity of programming, from zines to music, and also in their community partnerships and community curators. I think they're really tap into that community element by having guest curators and really kind of addressing a lot of the musical genres that and venues that have kind of been lost to the East Side. So I just wanted to put an emphasis on that.
Thank you, Cassie. Anybody else? Go ahead.
If there are no further comments, James, are you trying to say something or no? You're just moving around. Just moving. Okay. If everybody will please finalize their scores, and we will move on to the next application. All right, next application up for review is Made Media Group. Ashley and James are our primary and secondary. And Ashley, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. Made Media Group, they're rooted in serving Black Austin communities, support cultural relevance so that others see value. This has always been central to their focus. They produce culturally relevant programs to address the needs of their community. One thing that stood out to me that I thought was great as far as community voices and how they incorporate that into their planning is that they do refer to their existing members and partners around the community for artists and issues, opportunities that I think that they could collaborate with or that inspire them or see what needs are there in their community and how they can fulfill those. Intersectionality is something that they are mindful of. This is something that they've discussed in their application. And they have a huge investment from their community, particularly with their partners and volunteers. I think this has been something that they rely on to produce their events. They mentioned that they're working towards building a more robust organization and community. This is talked about through their business incubator program that they have to support small businesses. They also provide career development and networking. So outside of arts programming specific, they really do have or provide other programming for their community to help them go further. So that I think that creates, systemic long-term benefits. They don't describe in their application to include specialized adaptations for non-English speakers. However, they include this, or the way that they value diversity as well. Where am I going here? They have had paid for translators in the past. And also their budget narrative and their history was really great, I thought. They did a really wonderful job describing what their plans were for the funds, and they included payment to artists and administrators that are working on the programs and projects. And their budget history showed no deficits.
Thank you. Secondary, James?
Thank you, Ashley. I agree. I think one other glow, I like to call them glows and grows. One other glow I wanted to add was that they had clear cultural programming direction. They knew exactly from the application who they were serving, who the constituency group was, and what they wanted to do, and provided a lot of information on that. And so that was one thing that stood out. The other thing I think that stood out was, Ashley also mentioned, was that community support, even within the organization. It seems like the founder or owner has invested a lot of financial support into this programming, the organization, and this festival, which is what they're talking about in their application, this cultural festival, it looks like. A couple of things that I thought were grows for me was, even in their leadership, I would have liked to seen some creativity in their leadership, some kind of creative representative, or someone who has that lived experience. I think the other thing is, look at my notes here. I think this would be beneficial to any application to make sure that your words in your application utilize the opportunity to make your organization shine. I had to dig quite a bit through some things to find some questions. And while digging in certain sections to kind of find the answers, I stumbled over words that kind of supported not being funded before, or not getting funding, or I've been doing this, or I've been doing that. It also kind of switched person from we to I to she or he did. So that person, that view kind of switch, which was a little bit challenging to find the information. So you always want to make sure that what the words that we're putting in those sections are, one, relevant to the question, and then two, putting your organization in the best light. Copy and paste isn't always good, so you need to be careful of that. That doesn't always support, so we want to watch what we copy and paste. And sometimes it seems like we're repeating, but sometimes it may be necessary. And it's also beneficial to that particular section as well. Other than that, I was pretty moderately high on this application. Like I said, really happy about the cultural direction. Just a few things here and there in the application process, I think kind of stuck out to me. So thank you.
Any other comments from other panelists?
Yeah.
Karen,
Just underscoring what James was saying about the tension between person and organization. There were two great letters here, which it's so obvious in this application how central the founder and leader is to this organization and the good work that this organization is doing. But the letters themselves only talk about the leader founder and not about the organization. And since this is an application for organizations, as James was saying, you want to always emphasize consistently what the organization is doing, because it also raises this question of succession as well.
Go ahead, Hannah.
Yeah, I found similar issues with that. The supporting documents also seem to point to the organization and the founder's personal work seem to be very conflated. So it's really hard to distinguish between what their individual contributions were and what they're doing as an organization. I did also see that the founder is also the executive director, the chair of their board, and is the sole funder. So I think there's some issues there in terms of who's holding the power. It's not transparent enough to see where the community voice actually has power if an individual particularly has so many decision-making points in the organization. So those were the biggest issues I saw with this application. I did score it moderately high as well, similar to James. It does have a very strong direction of what community they're serving and what their goals are.
Thank you, Hannah. Anybody else?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to the next application, which is Clifford Antone Foundation. Cassie and Karen are our primary and secondary. And Cassie, whenever you are ready to begin.
Thank you. The mission of this foundation is to preserve broadly Austin's music and culture. And this particular grant would support production of the Austin Blues Festival. It's a recurring festival. I gave this a mid-range score. The organization serves communities, and particularly the key constituencies focused on by this grant, but they could explain more about how they address intersectional vulnerabilities in these groups and how they center them in designing and also holding them accountable for their programming. While it serves these key constituencies, it does so in kind of a broader aspect, that it's serving the community more broadly. And they should expand on what they consider to be these marginalized communities that they're serving. I think it was kind of lacking in information about the specifics there. They should also show how they support community voices in the project throughout, not just in the culmination, but throughout the project and in various stages of development. And also they discuss the broad benefits of the festival, but not how it addresses specific intersectional vulnerabilities and how they'll address these in their program. I didn't see a budget form, and a more budget detailed explanation would be helpful, so we know where the money's going to.
So yeah, I like the way that this is. I found this to be a very concise and intentional application with a clear expression of mission, describing themselves as a one stage event. The focus on sort of amplifying music and supporting music, my understanding was specifically sort of music celebrating African American and Latino heritage music. So I think it seemed to be sort of implicit in the application that there's a kind of cultural precision in the programming or selection choices that also is not only sort of celebrating specific cultures that have long been part of Austin, but in some way also sort of like maintaining an aspect of Austin's favorite, famous live music scene, which, is gentrifying like Austin itself is. The letters I thought were a little bit perfunctory. Again, I know that we never know what the letters, when we request letters, we often don't know what the people actually say, but they didn't seem to have the kind of energy that one would expect for a music festival that produces such a affective response. And then I'm just, as a point of suggestion to the applicant, given that you are a music festival, I wonder an an audiovisual montage would be more effective, a work sample, than posters.
Thank you, Karen. Are there any other panelists that, Ashley, you look like you. Ashley, are you trying to speak? Okay. I saw your mouth moving. Okay. Anybody else have anything they would like to speak?
Yeah, I will say I gave the benefit of the doubt on the budget thing, and I guess this is a question to you to double check if you can send us, because I'm sure they sent it and it's just probably an error and it didn't show up in the file set for us. So there was no budget document attachment in it, but the budget information that was provided was sufficient enough, and going online and finding other statements, the organization seems to be doing reasonably well, consistently well over the years, despite COVID challenges, and is clear where the money was going to, and notably it was going back into the hands of artists. And I know that there are a lot of exploitation of musicians, especially in Austin, where they pay them nothing. So kudos.
B, I just want to clarify, you're asking the city to check the portal to ensure that we can get
correct, because
okay.
it's
okay.
I have the same
I just wanted to make sure, because when you said can you, I just want to make sure that who we're talking to. Okay.
Yes, because I'm low vision, and I literally was like scrolling through, and I was using my Dragon software. I'm like, it has to be here somewhere. Budget, find budget, find budget. And at least there was no document that had the word budget in it.
And I just double checked and I looked through all of the attachments just now, just to see if maybe something was worded incorrectly, and I did not see a budget form in there. There were IRS form 990 in the determination letter, but I didn't see the specific budget form in there. Other comments from the panel? If there are no other comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to the next application. While we're getting ready for that, just Hector, I'll let you know whatever you did, you're not blurry anymore, so that is working. And we're moving on to the next application, Umlauf Sculpture Garden and Museum. Cassie and James are our primary and secondary. I have my timer ready, so Cassie, whenever you are ready to begin.
Thank you. So I gave this one a relatively low score. It would expand Umlauf arts activities, including paying partnering artists and community programs engagement. But I didn't find that the organization was rooted in serving the key constituency groups for this grant. And it kind of focused on artists more generally, or in the community more generally. Could also provide more information on their leadership team. And it wasn't clear which specific key constituent communities they had been working with, or if they had been working with them. They discussed getting broad feedback from the community in general, but doesn't mention incorporating specific feedback from the groups at question here. It includes some work for and by audiences targeted in this grant, but it's not clear that it's central to their mission or if they're ever held accountable to these communities. And I think they could improve by detailing how they consider equity and intersectionality in their programming and organization broadly, and how they would reach these audiences in the future, and how to incorporate them in the process.
Thank you. Secondary, James.
Thank you, Jesus. Ditto, Cassie, ditto. One glow I do want to acknowledge, I did see strong evidence of just education. It seems to be a good space, and if I can recall correctly, it come from working with students in the school district. So education seems to be, and there's some career development happening there where they're training, I think, volunteers. They didn't use the word docents, but I'd imagine that would be a part of that as well in my imagination. I too did score this moderately low. for some of the same reasons that Cassie did. I think a couple of new comments I would share was the evidence they had for language accommodations were a little uncomfortable for me to read. And so I think it was referring to Spanish language and how they had considered. So I would be careful on how we accommodate in spaces for language barriers. I didn't see anything as related to the ADA. They had strong evidence of volunteerism and of course, financial support. But I think there was one other thing I wanted to add it. Again, as Cassie said, not really sure about how they're getting the feedback. That would have been interesting. Also looking for language on how they connect to their current cultural interest when it comes to cultural activities, relevance, and responsiveness. I did mention how to get the feedback and then how they are amplifying the voice of their constituency groups. The final other thing that was kind of a question for me was, and I heard it mentioned a couple of times, the connection between the home and the museum. It seemed to be an underlying priority. And so I just had rhetorical questions about that, that I wasn't sure that it kept coming up. It almost seemed like it was more of a priority that just kept organically coming up. That's it.
Thank you, James. Any other panelists have anything that you would like to add here?
I don't have my portal open. I'm reading off of my spreadsheet of notes, but I did notice that this was actually one of the applications that had some very specific samples of their programming and the programmatic reach that I thought came closer towards fulfilling the interests of this application than was evident earlier in their application, or closer to the interest of this funding, this grant, than was evident earlier in the application. So maybe in the future, that might be something that they could think about, would be focusing on some of the specific programs that were mentioned as a way of targeting and bringing in newer audiences and constituencies. And in terms of the application themselves, it might be helpful for the applicants to think about writing the applicant so that it is transparent to readers without having to acquire additional information. So in my situation, I didn't know who Umlauf was. So I had to go online and look at the website and read about Umlauf, the artist, and so in the future, it would be helpful probably for the applicants to incorporate that information into their self-description.
Thank you, Karen. And Hannah, I think I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I noticed that there's 3 letters of recommendation for this one, but they were all from 2 from their own board members and 1 from their own staff. So there was no outside recommendation, which I thought would have helped to boost, especially since they're using that example of having the kind of like themed Umlauf after dark nights. This group might want to be careful about how they talk about that part of the program in particular, so it doesn't come off as like you're theming certain nights for certain communities. And so that's one thing I would be careful about with this application and feedback for them too.
Yeah, I think, go ahead, B.
Yeah, I will admit I scored this moderately low as well, and I agree with Karen that specificity came in later in the application, and as someone who didn't have any knowledge of Charles, it can be difficult at times to go through that. But what stood out in the accessibility section, they actually referenced direct aspects in which they provide services that are not standard to the disabled community. But even then, you may want to be more clear of what those mean and what those are. I've personally led touch tours, and it's incredibly rare that sculpture artists will allow that. So I would also want to know, like, is that something that exists across all of the sculptures and the available to low vision or blind individuals to touch, and the same for sensory, because it appears that the museum is tied to a home. what is the background between indoor versus outdoor, given that we can more easily regulate what is indoors, but not necessarily what is outside, as it's like 98 degrees here in the moment. That's all.
Anybody else? If not,
If there are no other comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And it's almost 10 till 11. We were scheduled for a break around 11 o'clock after this application. Does the panel want to do one more application, or do you want to go ahead and take your 15-minute break now?
Break, please.
Break, please. All right. So we will stop the recording again, please. All righty, and we are back from our first break. We are continuing the Elevate panel. Next application up for review is Future Front Texas. James and Hannah are our primary and secondary. Let me get my timer ready. And James, we will begin the timer whenever you are ready. Start making your comments.
Thank you, Jesus. So I scored, this is, you just said Future Front Texas, I scored them relatively high. I must admit I enjoyed reading this application. I think they stay true to quite a few things, and I'll read from my notes so I won't get off track. Both in their mission and history of service, I found good spaces where they were really clear about the direction that they were taking. And in a sense, between those two areas, you can still see the same sense they're staying true to that their key constituency group, which they've done do in both spaces. I think one thing that kind of stands out to me is in the first thing I caught was in cultural leadership, and how they have a process for how their leaders are chosen. And I just want to read that just really quick. And of course, I wouldn't be able to find it. That's okay, I got 10 minutes. Okay, so this one line that says, all of our leadership and team positions are represented by volunteers who have worked at least 3 years within programs, and it goes on to talk about distinct lived experience. So there was a really good highlight that I just wanted to highlight them on. I thought that was a good approach on how they keep the leadership relevant and in tune to the work that they're doing. I thought that was really great. Great example of artist residency they use in amplifying community voice. There was one example where they talked about an artist doing a residency and then using that residency to actually gather information. And they were doing family, how did they use it? Family friendly drag shows, I think it was, to get feedback from the family. So I thought that was a good approach to actually have people, both for the artists and for the families, to experience that programming. So I thought that was good. The activities were clear and concise. One of the highlights I noted in my comments was a statement that says the commissions for the above 3 programs are selected from our annual artist open call, in which we directly solicit proposals from the constituency groups. So I thought that was a big plus and appreciated reading that. I think they did a great job on intersectionality. One area, they gave 3 areas that they talked about where they felt like they were addressing it. The one that stood out was the area, and I won't read it, was accessibility and inclusivity. Where they talked about, they developed a program that addressed both those areas, both the accessibility and inclusivity, and the idea of them being able to kind of differentiate between the two, I thought was really good. One grow is language. We find, I think they're still working on getting some things done for our Spanish speaking population. I think that was the only grow that came. Budget was very clear, included some key areas of both marketing, artist fees, of course, and then they did talk about how they're going to manage the capacity of it. And the overall project had to do with this new space that they have and how they're pretty much going to curate it over so many performances. It was 80, 90 performances or so. And it's multidisciplinary. So as I say, relatively high for me, and really enjoyed reading this application.
Thank you. Secondary, Hannah?
Yeah, I also really enjoyed this one. I found it a very refreshing application that clearly answered each of the question areas. It was very strong in highlighting their strengths of a homegrown female and LGBTQ plus serving organization. And then they had very detailed responses about the model of what they're doing, their programs, and their collaborative approach with community members. Fantastic cultural leadership notes were provided and very detailed as well. I love the use of the ranked choice voting they use for community decision-making. And just overall, the distributed decision-making models that they use were very different from other applications and particularly stood out for me. They have quite a strong support network and not in this application, but I could see that the communities and other organizations that they talked about working with, it was reciprocated. And this organization was also mentioned several times in other organizations' applications. And yeah, I think the only note I had on the budget was the insurance seems like a very low estimate to me. But aside from that, it was a very detailed and clear budget.
Thank you. And just a note for the panelists before we move on to any other comments is just a reminder, there was a comment, and I don't know if this affected the score or not, but just remember that we're not comparing one application to another. It's how this particular application is answering the review criteria. That is how you should be scoring the applications. With that being said, other comments from other panelists? B, go ahead.
You're muted, B.
Yeah, so I did score this application moderately high. However, I was quite bothered and concerned by accessibility. The accessibility and the accessibility language, the answer is not only just copy and pasted from one to the other section, which appears to show potentially a lack of consideration in terms of both the disabled community as well as those for whom English is not their first language or do not speak English. But actually, they didn't answer the accessibility question. And if I'm to interpret it the way that it is written, then they are saying that speaking Spanish is a disability, which I think we can by and large agree speaking Spanish is not a disability. I personally wish I did speak Spanish. So that is of deep concern, and I'm a bit surprised hadn't been called out directly by others here. And then by that same token, in the intersectionality section where they reference accessibility, they are referring to accessibility in terms of income, but not actually accessibility in the general definition of accessibility in terms of those who are disabled, who are by and large completely erased in the entire application.
Thank you, B. Looking at the application, I do see that in the accessibility section, the answer for both accommodating people with disabilities as well as for language access are the same as B was saying. I don't know if that would necessarily mean that they're saying speaking Spanish is a disability, so just keep that in mind as you're scoring. But the point stands that B made about copying and pasting, that, you know, each question should have responses to it that are specifically answering to the question that's being asked.
Are there any other comments from other panelists?
I'll just add that I would agree with everything that's been said so far. I also found this an unusually well-written application, but that at the same time, I also noted the absence of detail, the curious absence of detail on the accessibility and language categories, particularly in context of the really effective detail examples that were given elsewhere in the application.
Other comments? Hector, you're unmuted. I don't know if you had a comment or not. We've got a little over a minute left. No?
I do not.
Okay. Perfect. We have about a minute left. Any final comments on this application? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your score. And Hector is unmuting himself because he will be the primary on our next one. Our next application up for review is Connect Her. Hector is our primary, Ashley is our secondary. And Hector, whenever you are ready to begin.
Yes, thank you. So this organization was established back in 2011 by a woman of color. And the main focus, it is related to films, film festivals, and it primarily serves women and particularly young women of color, marginalized communities. In fact, I mentioned that they serve the the grants priority communities. They do have an excellent collaboration of partners that they collaborate with in the community. They're definitely responsive to their constituencies because they ask them to submit, what their purpose is for the films that they're gonna show, and the films, almost all the films that they describe are important issues that women, marginalized communities would be interested in. They do bring films from all over the world, so they have that connection. But from what I can see, it's primarily held here in Austin, and they have several of them. They have a really good basis as far as volunteers, and their funding sources is very diverse. They do mention that they try to center intersectionality. However, most of the work that they're doing is actually with women, BIPOC women, young women. And so they didn't demonstrate that they reached out to other people with other identities, LGBTQ or other marginalized communities. They did mention towards the end, which is actually unfortunate. I wish they would have mentioned this earlier, that they thread DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion in all their work in their organizations. So it's sort of implicitly mentioned throughout, but they mention it actually in creating opportunities, which is towards the latter part of their proposal. They do mention, I should have mentioned this earlier, as far as leadership, majority are people of color, women of color, and they do, which I think was really interesting, is that they do mention that 2 of them are youth under the age of 25. The budget was very specific, and so they explained all the details that needed to be explained. There might be a few things that I've missed, but I think that's all I have.
Thank you. And before we move on to the secondary, I was trying to find real quick, but just for intersectionality, I haven't looked at this application in full yet, but talking about BIPOC women would seem to meet the definition of intersectionality. So just please keep that in mind as you're scoring. I will take a closer look at this while Ashley is giving her comments as secondary.
Thank you. I'm agreeing largely with Hector. I scored this application relatively high. Some things that stood out to me was that the founder, the application mentions that the founder embodies their key constituency, and the organization was founded basically, from what I understand, because of her experiences that she formed this organization. And also stood out to me too that their leadership, as well as the staff, the board, share lived experiences as well. I thought it was great that they mentioned that they invest in the economic and emotional growth. And they do that by championing the voices of the most marginalized and underrepresented groups in Austin. I thought what's interesting about the format of the organization and what they do is that it makes naturally the organization a global hub for young women of color. They do have proposed activities, include specialized adaptations or services for non-English speaking communities by being inclusive and opening and accepting work from submissions that are in native languages or other than English, and actually presenting those in their native language with English subtitles or closed captioning. And then I agreed with the budget as well, that it was everything that Hector said. I don't want to repeat it. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashley. Are there any other panelists that would like to add on anything?
Yeah, this is actually one of my highest scoring files. I was just very impressed with it in terms of, you know, all the things that have been mentioned before, but it was one of the applications that really struck me as doing something above and beyond what their obvious like contribution to the arts is, which is that they're providing exposure to young female women of color filmmakers, but that in doing so, they are, as I said, give a voice to populations that aren't being recognized, both in terms of portraying the work of those artists, portraying their stories, but also they run a pitch fest competition, and they give an award for public speaking. So they're also encouraging other young women to speak, regardless of whether they see themselves as feature filmmakers. And so, and then they had a wonderful example of an entrepreneur connecting with a young filmmaker in a way to provide public service in terms of bringing affordable period products to underserved populations. They've previously been awarded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which sort of gives us some other kind of perspective as to the sort of importance of the work that they're doing. And then the intersectionality is sort of implicit in the body of populations that they're speaking to, which, you know, the board is significant, the leadership is significantly appears to be Muslim American, but they have connections throughout other South Asian women and also with African American women as well.
Thank you. B, I saw your hand.
Yeah, so this will seem repetitive for those who were listening into the last one, in that they copied and pasted again on the accessibility, so that the accessibility answer is identical to the international language answer. And I will say that I don't feel that they answered either question. Showcasing films that are in another language, I don't think qualifies, given that's what any film festival does, and they subtitle in English, which is different from actually providing services directly to a non-English language speaking community. And they note that they are held in a church-owned venue and then say they are ADA compliant. However, a religious organization actually has no obligation to the ADA in the first place. So even though they, and it's hard to tell in the application if there is direct religious affiliation and how they're defined in any way, at which point if the religious entity rents to them, then ADA does mean something. But disability is otherwise completely erased. And though, yes, I will say that they do address intersectionality directly, queer community is completely erased from this application. And I looked through their films and I didn't see any film of queer content. And I would be curious if that is from censorship or from lack of applications, given various discriminatory practices that exist within the regions that they are pulling from.
B, I just have a clarifying question. Are you implying that because they hold the activity in a church, that because the church has no ADA oversight, that means something?
It does mean something. So to be very clear, any religious owned building has zero obligation under the ADA.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making sure, but that doesn't mean that they don't.
It doesn't mean that
they
mean that they don't, but they
okay.
reference
I just wanted to
accessible. So in the legal definition of the word, saying a religious organization is fully ADA compliant actually doesn't say anything, because by definition they are not a part of the ADA. So you could technically say as a religious.
I really wanted to make sure you weren't just implying that, because you may not. The church could be ADA accessible.
It could be.
Not
what
know
I'm
that.
saying is
I just want to, from an equity perspective, I just want to make sure that we're not making that assumption just because it is a religious facility, that is the case. So thank you.
We have less than a minute left. I just want to echo what Priscilla is stating. They do say that it is compliant in the application. So with what B said, keep that in mind, but they are saying that it is compliant in the application. Hannah, 30 seconds
Really
left.
quickly. Yeah. I would love more information on the areas that B was discussing, the accessibility in disability community and ESL score. I thought those were the weakest points of this application in particular. It wasn't clear to me that what sign language interpreter, they said that they would use that, but they didn't specify a specific sign language like ASL, or which part of a film festival you would use sign language at. Because when you're viewing the film. Yeah, that's it.
And we are at time. Thank you. Please finalize your scores and we will move on to the next application. We're at time. Yes, please move on. Finalize your scores. We'll move on to the next application. And the next application up for review is Big Medium. Karen and Hector are our primary and secondary. Hannah has a conflict of interest, so she will turn off her camera and mute her microphone. Hannah, we will call you back when we are done reviewing this application. Again, Karen is the primary. So Karen, whenever you are ready to begin.
So Big Medium is a large, very large visual arts studio and exhibition space that was founded at the Canopy, which I understand to be a well-known arts exhibition space in East Austin. They're on the verge of moving into a much more larger space in South Austin. The request is to underwrite artist stipends and to support expansion to this larger physical space. They have recently moved to a full BIPOC board. Their artists and curators, they provide a list of all of those events, seem to be sort of a diverse group representing a number of sort of cultural and identity groups within Austin in a way to expand to make their artist exhibitions more inclusive. They have reduced or eliminated fees on applications and limited the restrictions on eligibility. So it is a more open application process. They have a number of diverse partners in terms of including a number of different community groups within Austin that help support them. They have 650 members in Austin and a very clear 5-year plan. So, and one of the things that I really appreciated about their budget was they were able to describe, they're currently operating at a deficit, which is not surprising given the fact that they're about to make this large expansion to a physical space, but they describe themselves as transitioning from a cash to accrual basis. And so I read that in context with their 5-year plan as having a clear sort of sensibility of what their vision is and the kinds of investment and capital campaigns that they're doing right now in order to continue to grow their population or to grow their membership and their outreach.
Thank you. Secondary, Hector.
Hector,
Or
you're
you're muted, Hector.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to add 2 things. One is around, actually 3 things. One is around I'll start with the accessibility. They mentioned that they do have in their galleries, they are ADA compliant. However, they do things in the community and often in people's homes, and they don't know, they make it a priority, but they don't mention that they really enforce that. So I don't know what accessibility is like when it's out of the galleries. Their budget, as was mentioned, was very detailed, which it really explained everything, particularly their deficits. And then the other is around language. They do not provide any services at all in Spanish. They said they have one bilingual staff person, but that's about it. So they don't provide any other kind of services for related to language. I also, I think this was mentioned earlier, I didn't rate them middle to high.
Thank you, Hector. Any
No.
other panelists have anything you'd like to add? Scanning.
If there are no, oh, B, yes.
It's just going to be a slight reinforcement here, but ADA is the bare legal minimum that is not providing a service that is following the law. And I do want to make a distinction, but I did find it odd, if not conflicting, that they have services that appear to very specifically go to a Latino community, and the absence of Spanish language services would seem to go against the mission focus and action of the organization. And you know, if I did score it semi-high, but I would throw it out there that potentially, if they got the grant, perhaps allocating redistribution so that services can directly be put in to a Spanish-speaking audience might be a good use of the money.
But it does say, we do not have specialized programming for non-English speaking communities. All big medium staff are capable of speaking Spanish. When staff, and we provide support and information in Spanish.
Thank you, Karen, for that addition. Anybody else have anything?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And Hannah, please keep your camera off for now until, if the panelists can just give me a thumbs up when you are finished with this and ready to move on to the next application, we will ask Hannah back after that. Okay, I see B, James, Ashley, Cassie, Karen, Hector. All right, Ashley, you can turn your camera back on and and come back on. Our next application up for review is Austin, Texas Musicians. Cassie and B are our primary and secondary. And Cassie, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. Sorry. So I gave, so let's do an overview. It's a educational news program, services, different services for Austin musicians. And the news programs and cover some diverse topics, including the African American Cultural Heritage District, voter registration, fair pay for musicians, and Texas's anti-drag show bills. That's just a sampling of their topics. I did give this a relatively low score. While the project description describes a diverse audience for programs, as also stated in their mission, I wasn't convinced that I didn't see how their work would center key constituencies centered throughout the proposal. I'd like to know more about the history of the organization's founding, and not only the programs it's set up, but more information also about their cultural leadership. There are a few examples of serving the key constituencies for this grant, though it seems like the majority of programs serve a more general and broad community. They could expand the opportunity creation section to show how there are long-term or systemic benefits for the target communities, and develop answers to include more information about their attention to equity in all areas that would improve the score. They could also improve the score with more specific details about their marketing plan, and connecting with new audiences, and showing that part of the budget will go to artists. I didn't see that in this one. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Secondary, B.
Yeah, I scored this somewhat low as well. I'll start with the budget. Their budget is somehow perfectly rounded every year and also perfectly paid each year. That raised some red flags for me, as I know very few organizations that can somehow match their budget so effectively to the cent and also have a budget that is perfectly rounded every year. It's possible, but unusual. In the accessibility response, it centers around this Gig Buddy program, but it didn't directly address the question. And it actually appears that the program is more about safety than accessibility, because in the description of the program, it actually leads with safe, right? Travel essentially to and from the venue, right? Like somebody walking me to my car, even though it is providing setup support, which somebody like me who has the hand grip strength of an 80-year-old man would very much appreciate. And I will echo that in general, even though they may serve a diverse constituency, it's not necessarily clear that they're beholden to a diverse constituency or specifically centering anything around specific demographics from a cultural value in terms of the city of Austin. And that's all.
Can I just add something here before we invite other panelists? Just in terms of budget, we want to remember that some folks, there is no specific way that folks are being asked to show a budget, and many organizations often will give, will have a balanced budget, and that is an acceptable budget, what do you call it, document for this grant. It does not require that you show budget versus expenses, which is a very different type of budget. So we want to keep that in mind when we're talking about how a budget might have been presented here. So with that said, I just want to invite other panelists if they have any additional comments that they would like to add to this grant.
Yeah, first of all, it wasn't clear to me whether there were more than 2 episodes that were ever made of the news
More
program.
than two, I'm sorry, Karen.
If there were more than 2 episodes made of the news program. Because they provide the 2 episodes as sample references, but like I wasn't an indication of how long how many episodes have been produced. And I think if this is a 30-minute news series, right, that the whole point of news channels is that people rely on regular content. And so I would like to see more of a sort of history of content production that's happening. And then I think going back to reiterating some of the comments, like I just wonder about how large the audience and constituency is here, because it describes themselves as serving local musicians, which is a large audience in Austin, but they're already getting a lot of their news from other sources as well. And so and the ways in which like this news service would be added, it wasn't clear to me how much the news service would be adding on to like support the lives and work of these local artists, in so much as the way like the applicant describes sort of very tangible things that they do, like voter drives, like distributing information about benefits and things like that, and helping them sign up for that. Those seem to be sort of like tangible instances. And even the Gig Buddy program, which I agree with B, that it wasn't clear to me exactly what, how it was helping, but that seemed to be a more tangible example of support than the news program itself. And so I was just wondering, what the applicant wants to come down on in terms of like, how do they really see themselves as serving their audience, their constituency?
Anybody else have anything?
Seeing as there are no other comments. And one last check. If you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to the next application. Red River Cultural District, B and Hannah are our primary and secondary. And B, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. Red River Cultural District presents Hot Summer Nights in 2024. Hot Summer Nights is an annual music and arts festival held in the Red River Cultural District in downtown Austin. That's organized by the RRCD and its partners. It unites 40 plus businesses, music venues, stakeholders, music arts community. And though I will get into this later, it offers a diverse range of free music performances across genres and in artist markets. And it's designed to support local music and also bring people into the RRCD. I will say that I scored this quite low. There's in their reference to diverse, it appears to apply to musical genres and not to the people that they serve. And there was a tendency that diverse was a catch-all instead of directly answering the questions and giving us the pertinent demographic information that I was really hoping for. I will say it does appear that they do have a significant amount of community support in terms of business, in terms of volunteers, which is very wonderful. But it also wasn't necessarily clear to me how this, other than its location, really differentiated itself necessarily from the wealth of musical events in Austin, Texas. I didn't get anything about the makeup of the organization. And then when it came to accessibility, they didn't answer the question. I mean, they did, there's writing, but they didn't address it from the terms of the prompt, which was an expanded means of frustration. To read it, measures are implemented to ensure accessibility, including providing accommodation for individuals with disabilities. Prioritizing the needs and experience of all festival goers remains a priority that takes place in the participating venues and business 365 days a year. Even though the question actually specifies not individual accommodation and actually stating what it is you do. So they may have been able to get a higher score if they directly addressed that question. It was also frustrating that it was only a single sentence compared to how they went into their programming. And what you see is, yes, they have a lot of support within their local businesses, but the only real like specific cultural reference I got was to German Texas Heritage Society, which overlapped with someone on their board, but nothing in terms of anything with demographics. They do seem somewhat budget healthy. But yeah, that's my notes.
Thank you, B. Secondary, Hannah?
Yeah, this one scored on the lower side for me as well, because its focus was primarily on music diversity, and then the leadership was comprised of primarily business owners like venues or music business peoples, even though within leadership there's some references to BIPOC or LGBTQIA communities. It's not specific to communities they're serving, but maybe communities that are putting on the event more so. It has a very wide community input process, but it doesn't seem to indicate there's any like operational equity that's considered, most likely due to the key constituency being so broadly like the music community in that district, and not necessarily one of the prioritized key constituencies that this grant is trying to address. The submission process for artists doesn't define how they're trying to achieve diversity. It just talks about being diverse in the selections. And then I did feel like there's just a lot of vagueness overall in how they're, or non-answers in how they answer intersectionality, and the two accessibility questions just were not answered at all, or they like B said, they wrote text in there, but there's not an actual answer within the text provided. Yep, I think that's most of it for me. The budget could have benefited from more detail on like how many artists and performers they're budgeting for or attempting to support based on the amount being requested.
Thank you. Any other panelists have anything you'd like to add?
I would agree with it, everything that's been said so far. I found the sizzle reel, the sort of video montage that they gave, interesting because there's a lot of diversity evident in the audience that you can see, but so there was like none of that demographic information is in the application. And one of the and then another thing that I thought might be useful for the applicant to think about highlighting in the future. One of the things that does differentiate the application is that they mention as one of their sort of service aspect, history of service attributes is their ability to weigh in on urban policy or to influence like urban planning or urban decisions, I guess because of the size of the festival and the history of the festival. So it would be interesting to hear more specific examples of how that happened, but given the number of business partners that this organization has, I'm sure there must be demographic data on your audience. And so using that data for your application and incorporating that diversity of audience into the programming and as a sort of community voice, as has already been said, I think might strengthen the application in the future.
Thank you, Karen. Any other panelists have anything you'd like to add?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application before we break for lunch. So this will be our final application before we take a lunch break. TALA, Texas Accountants and Lawyers for the Arts, is the next application up for review. James and Karen are our primary and secondary. And James, whenever you are ready to begin.
Thank you, Jesus. I scored this application pretty moderate. This mission and history of service was good. Seemed to be focused on the group, key constituent group that is risk that this whole process is about. So I found some good direction there. I think that was what I call a glow. One thing that stood out to me as a grow in the cultural leadership was really surrounding the demographic breakup, where they mentioned 53% of this staff and board were people of color. And I'm trying to use the BIPOC, I'm trying to use the exact words that they used. And it's also interesting right up there, they say that most of them were contractors for the most part, which is interesting. The next grow was in the community, amplifying the community voice. I made a comment that said, is there a method or a system just for getting back? I couldn't seem to kind of extract kind of their method of getting it. They affirmed a lot about what they believe in and even co-signed some of the methods that the city believes in, but I couldn't just necessarily figure out how they're actually doing it. And the cultural activities was another area of, this was actually a glow. They showed strong alignment between the mission of the organization and the key groups that they serve. So the work that they're actually doing, I saw great alignment for that. And so that's good. For intersectionality, they didn't list any key components that they actually do to address. Once again, this was another place of agreement, a lot of great language, but I didn't find actions. I couldn't seem to find actions in this section. They had strong, here's a glow, they had strong areas of career development with the artists that they're working. As you're thinking about working with artists who cannot afford these types of services, being able to build them out in a sense was career development. I had to kind of extract that a little bit, but that's what they are doing. Let me see. here's a big glow. I think one of the things that really stood out, the fact that they connect artists to resources. And this was under accessibility to provide resources for them to hire a translator in all the many languages that those professional translators actually come in, which is a plus, which was the first I saw. There was low evidence in their programmatic reach of them kind of reaching out beyond, the work with the artist. They didn't mention artists in another funding program for the city. They talked about that, but they didn't seem to think of in a marketing perspective. And so I'm curious to hear what my secondary has to say. And I think my last comment was a whistleblower. They focused on capacity building, which after kind of reading through the application process from beginning to end, it was something I definitely would agree in. And so they're thinking about what does that look like with increased requests from artists, which goes back to a little bit how they're processing these requests, how they're processing the input, both from the community for programmatic direction or reach. And then there's a clientele here as well, too. So how are they managing the capacity to be able to respond to the needs of the community? Because the community is, those artists that you're serving, and then, other artists are organizations in the community as well. And so I get the sense that there's a gap there on how do we, it's almost like they need a management system. So I was excited to see that they're thinking about that and making it real in the budget. So those are my comments.
Okay, so I found this application actually really helpful because there was so much I found objective data in the application. So in their constituencies, they define as artists whose income are below 300% of the federal poverty line, and organizations by 200K or less per year. So there's a very, very clear limit to who is eligible. They have been in service since 1979. In the past 2 years, 2021 and 2022, they produced 63 educational events that served in total over 5,000 participants. 53% of their constituency is BIPOC. At minimum, I think in the intersectionality section, they just said at minimum 2/3. Oh, hang on. I think at minimum 2/3 of our constituents have lived experience as humans confronting systemic discrimination in at least 2, if not more, intersecting types of prejudice. So folding in race, gender, class, sexual identity, ability, that they were identifying that. Last year, over $1 million of pro bono services were donated, producing a significant and lasting knowledge transfer and empowerment. And so I found, this is what TALA does, right? Like it's legal and accounting advice and services, so rather than simply sort of supporting artists by providing exposure and connecting, like they're saying, don't get exploited, and here's how we help you do that, right? And so that idea of knowledge transfer, I thought, was a really smart way of articulating what they're doing. And in fact, they also had, going back to your comment, James, about sort of like, well, how are you going to do it, or what specifically are you giving these artists? Like, they actually had this really great list of, let me see if I can find it. Under cultural activities, relevance, and responsiveness, right? These are lawyers and accountants who want to help artists. So they're not helping make the art or giving exposure to the art. What they're doing is they're negotiating contracts, registering copyrights, filing IRS forms, securing back royalties, clearing music, right? Forming LLCs, forming 501c3s. Like, I think there was one that even said, like, show them how to use software. I mean, like, this sort of like the banalities of being an artist, right, are so easy to overlook. And this is an organization says this is what we're here to do that, right? And they're very clear about how they're going to do that, who's eligible for their services, how they're going to provide the services. I think you're absolutely right, James. I mean, it relies upon the charity of the lawyers and accountants to give their time pro bono. The one point I agree with you, James, about sort of wondering, like, sometimes there gets sort of vague, would be, they said in the programmatic reach they're making a post-pandemic shift to offer more generalized business advice and planning for individuals. And I didn't understand why that change was happening, what its relationship was to the pandemic, and why this is this is better. So I wanted to hear more information about that.
Thank you, Karen. Any other panelists have anything they'd like to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the kind of breadth of work that Tala is doing that you mentioned, that it's systemic and long-term for the organizations. It's not one that I knew about, and it seems like they serve a lot, so it's kind of a under the radar group. To me, I understood that the switch was that they kind of maneuvered during the pandemic and worked with the city to start providing more funding experience. Like they pivoted, like artists needed funding and they needed to be able, the knowledge to apply for grants. And so they're incorporating that as well into, you know, I didn't see that they weren't doing the other things, but that they were adding to their services. That's the way that I read the application.
Here, thank you, that's helpful.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it one of my highest scores, but I ran into problems of essentially hierarchical data in terms of communities. So like in intersectionality and inclusion, they say 64% of their clientele are BIPOC, and then they say we also serve LGBTQ and disabled individuals, but they provide no data on that. And it's actually the first time that either community is ever referenced in the application. And then when you get into the accessibility section, they don't directly answer the question, and they also remove autonomy completely from disabled people. You see, they say that they have a choice of meeting space that best suits their need. Pull it up. Donated office and meeting spaces provided by numerous law firms that are easily accessible to disabled individuals. It is not for an able-bodied person or entity to determine what is and is not easily accessible for me, and at no point is their definition of easily accessible ever framed, right? Does that apply to public transit access? Does that apply to sensory needs? And like, what do they do in terms of actual contract elements? For example, do they convert contracts into Braille for the blind, or for low vision individuals, create an audio
And we
file
are at
of the
time.
document?
Thank you. Thank you. We are at time. Let me stop my timer there. Sorry. So please finalize your scores for this application. And we are like right at noon for our lunch break. So please finalize your scores. We will be taking a break for lunch for 1 hour. So can we go ahead and stop the pause the recording? Maya, can you? And we are back from lunch for our first day of the Elevate review panel. Just a quick reminder for those of you who may not have been here in the morning, the panelists have reviewed and scored all of the applications prior to today. They have given tentative scores and comments. They can change their scores based on the discussion that is happening today, but they're not required to. And so with that being said, we will move on to the next application for review, which is Anthropos Arts. B is our primary, Hannah is our secondary. Let me get the timer ready. A reminder, we will have 10 minutes max to review each application. If we do have any technical glitches, we will pause the timer so that way you get the full length of time allotted for the review of your application. I have my timer ready. So again, Anthropos Arts, B and Hannah are our primary and secondary, and B, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, so hold this up. Anthropos Arts hires top professional musicians to mentor teens from low-income families through a series of music lessons, workshops, rehearsals, and public performances. 60 qualified students are paired with Anthropos music mentors or music mentors who are working professional musicians. Students receive 10 to 12 lessons per semester, attend master classes, and this particularly centers students in Title I schools. I will say that I scored the application quite high overall. They're centered around highlighting not just underserved communities, but directly elevating them with skills and resources that potentially can build income, which I think is wonderful. On the other hand, I did find perplexing that they state that equity and inclusion is at the core of their mission, and then go on to state that they've yet to attain budget expense to launch specialized programming for individuals with disabilities. To be clear, there are dozens of things that you can do for people with disabilities that cost nothing, but also organizations do choose where they allocate their budget, and that is potentially a shortfall. And there is no mention of how they would apply this grant to potentially address that problem, which is something that if they are able to get the grant, I would highly encourage that they pursue. They're reasonably healthy in terms of their budget. It's wonderfully broken down to understand where the resources are going, as well as how they are compensating their entities. They appear to have not just a lot of community support, but also a consistent amount of community growth year after year, which I think speaks to the quality of the program. I did mention it's from Title I schools. Importantly, all of the students are low income, although they don't define what low income is at 100% of the poverty level, 300%, etc. There's also some questions in terms of their internal organizational diversity versus the diversity and demographic representation of the communities that they serve. But overall, it's wonderfully detailed. It's broken down where I can clearly tell what it is that they are doing for students, what the potential benefit is, where even there's potential growth for them. And it was really a joy to read, and brought me back to my original love, which was playing clarinet.
Thank you. Secondary, Hannah?
Hi. I thought that I had this kind of at like a mid-high, and I think what would have improved or strengthened my score for this would be if they made more specific connections to the Title I schools and the communities they serve, because they're clearly responding to the specific communities that they're encountering within Title I schools, but they're not, their mission is still stated very broadly to serve all students. So I think they could elaborate a little bit more on those connections, and then actually go in deeper on that intersectionality of how those two mesh. I do see that within staff, like programmatic staff, the leadership is very responsive to the needs of the students, particularly Spanish-speaking students, which is a majority of the students they serve. I'm not seeing as much from board leadership about to make enough of a comparison of if that power is extending from if the decision-making power is extending from their board or from their staff. So maybe a little bit more detail about how much bandwidth staff have to make decisions that are day-to-day or like bigger strategic decisions would improve that score for me too. I did see that they do acknowledge, similar to what B mentioned, they do acknowledge that they don't have capacity to expand or address individuals with disabilities. And I do agree there's some lower bar and free items to address that they could maybe work with their partners on, because they're highly working with partners in schools in particular. So maybe there's some opportunities there that they can explore. They do have a really good ESL accessibility, particularly in how they're being responsive to student population, and have a lot of Spanish language content and interpretation and teaching staff.
Thank you, Hannah. Any other panelists have anything they would like to add?
I would just say that I really enjoyed this application because of the way the service work that they do seems to extend just beyond simply just the act of providing music instruction to needy students, but that, you know, they report like something about 90% of their 90 to 100% of their graduates graduate high school, or all 100% graduate high school, 90% go on to college or something like that. So it's not simply sort of reproducing the practice, which is music, but also sort of giving life skills. So I really appreciated that. And that this was also an example of a really well done application in terms of the work sample, that the work sample like were framed in terms of this is in this work sample, I'd like you to see this about what we're featuring here in this work sample. And so it was just it was a thoughtful, well prepared application.
Comments from other panelists? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application. We have B. These are semi-randomly assigned. We have B as a primary for the next couple. So next application up for review is, let me scroll back up, is Ishida Dance Company. B is our primary, Cassie is our secondary, and B, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. The Ishida Dance Company's mission is to transform everyday being through meaning-filled, world-class contemporary dance and via collaboration with local organizations to bring the healing nature of dance to underserved communities. They've provided regular performances to Austin community and visitors in the city during COVID. They shifted to online formats. Since 2020, they've staged live performances in Austin, premiering 17 individual BIPOC produced works, showcasing diverse artists, although diverse is in that occasion a catch-all term. Their core constituencies include audience members from all walks of life, Austin-based business organizations with whom they collaborate, diverse BIPOC artists, including members of the LGBTQIA+ community, BIPOC students, and differently abled adults who participate in their educational dance program. Overall, I scored this quite high. I will say at times in the application, it shifted from one that was organizationally focused to one that was centered on the individual, Brett Ishida, who started the company and who is in charge. And at times it was hard to distinguish the individual from the collective, and made it feel like the organization is really just centered on one entity. That said, when it came to intersectionality, they hit on multiple levels, and that was a case where I felt like the individual contribution, her being a Japanese American, spoke very well, and also to their broader definition of BIPOC as they define it. People who are generally not centered, that they do direct work with people who are disabled. I know they use the term differently abled. I will use the term disabled though, as that is the term that I personally prefer in that regard, though both are potentially acceptable. They definitely create opportunity, although at times it's hard to verify in terms of employment, demographic realities about that. You know, what is it that they pay their artists? How many artists are employed by them? What is the collective makeup of the organization? And when it came to accessibility, to be clear, they did answer the question, but a lot of it was not pertinent to that question. And they lumped BIPOC people and disabled people into the same answer, and then referred to being in compliance with ADA, which, as I've noted before, is not very relevant. And no other point in no other community would you say that you are legally compliant with service, right? We don't say that we are compliant to the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, 1968. So you shouldn't be doing that, I would argue, to the disabled community. But I was fascinated by the work that they did do with disabled people, but there's no mention of that representation within their organization, right? Are they employing disabled dancers? Even though it's clear that as a broader entity, that they are reasonably diverse, at least racially and gender-wise, and certainly in terms of the work that they program, which overwhelmingly is from voices that we tend not to hear in the modern dance world. And although it's not something to necessarily grade the application on, but given the time in which the organization started, their reasonably financial stability, considering the challenge, and I know is launching a company in 2020, 2 months before the entire world shut down, that quite impressed me, along with their growth trajectory.
Thank you. Secondary, Cassie?
Well, that was very comprehensive, B. I don't have a lot to add. I did also give them a pretty high score. And in my notes that they create meaningful and diverse opportunities for the individuals and groups within the key constituencies. I think they have some good partnerships. I did think about it on the ESL programming, that they seem to be kind of dependent on Con Mi Madre, their partner, to provide that programming. So it would be good to see that they're kind of doing that work as well. But overall, I think they showed that equity and intersectionality were key components of what they do, and that they represent and create work for and by the groups that this grant is looking to fund.
I know we might be short, but Hannes, do you have any other things you'd like to add? We have 4 minutes. Any other things that folks would like to add? That would be.
There are no further comments. If you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application. And the next application up for review is Texas Folklife. B is our primary, Karen is our secondary. So Texas Folklife, B and Karen. B, whenever you are, let me reset my timer. Okay, B, whenever you're ready to begin.
Awesome. So Texas Folklife was founded in 1984, long before any of us were ever born. So we feel good about ourselves and feel young. Texas Folklife is an Austin-based arts nonprofit committed to documenting, celebrating, and sustaining the diverse traditions within the Lone Star State through a combination of concerts, educational workshops, apprenticeships, gallery exhibitions, and other events. Texas Folklife promotes cultural sustainability through their support of artists, traditional bearers, and communities. Texas Folklife primarily serves Austin's Latinx, African American, and immigrant populations, as well as other at-risk groups. Specifically, their Big Squeeze Youth Accordion Contest plays an important role in community-led efforts to sustain the concerto music tradition of the state's Mexican American population, as well as revitalize interest in the Zydeco music tradition of African Americans in Texas. I scored them medium high. It doesn't sound like, although it's hard to tell, that the organization's centered serving marginalized communities at their start. It appears to be an evolutionary focus, although that's something to applaud when it comes to history of service. Therefore, I scored them lower. They reference the three founders, but there's no real demographic information that's provided, and that continues somewhat into the cultural leadership, where they name people, they reference certain aspects on a singular level, but there's no real demographic breakdown, which at times was a bit frustrating. Given what they do, it does seem like there's a bit of a challenge in terms of community accountability. But they cast a wide net for the type of organization that they are. That said, as a consistent weakness when it comes to accessibility, on the one hand, they say it is essential to their programming, and yet all that is concretely stated is that they are compliant with the American Disabilities Act, which again is the bare legal minimum. That doesn't actually provide us any answer. They say that they provide accommodations for individuals with disabilities, and then actually do provide a list of services, all of which could have allowed me to give them the top score, but they reference it in terms of accommodation as a on-request service. And they do note that they have multiple languages available in terms of translating services. They utilize Spanish speakers. And in a point of my own prejudice, when I saw the term Texas folk life, I will say that what came up was not what I was expecting. I was almost envisioning like an old school, contra dance, line dancing sort of entity. So this was quite a surprise. There is a consistent lack of data breakdown, but there is a lot of specific references, in particular around preserving Zydeco in this Big Squeeze Youth Accordion Contest. That's very intriguing to me, and also not only serves to preserve something, but I think also reframe something that in contemporary media has been appropriated by white individuals, and largely has not been called out for it. So that's my notes.
Thank you. Secondary, Karen?
So it's been around since 1987. It was founded by women, continues to be women-led. I, of course, ears pricked up when I heard about this youth accordion contest. And they've created over 160 audio documentaries, which have played on NPR and PRX, even nationally distributed public radio. In response to be, I hear you about when you hear the word folk life, what you might expect, but I think that folk historicize it, the disciplinary practice and preservation and study of folk, right, is sort of dedicated towards documenting, recording, and preserving that which is like considered outside of like high culture, establishment culture. And so I think what is interesting is, even though this organization has not historically been focused on, you know, the underrepresented populations of color, but the nature of America's cultural shift has been that folk today means that their responsibility ends up by default to be focusing on preserving the culture of underrepresented groups. And so I appreciate that the way in which they shifted organically, not necessarily intentionally, but that they did make that shift. I think that's actually my main comment. I thought this was actually, I hear what B is saying about the sort of absence of concrete examples, but there were enough for me that I had a sense of what they were doing.
Thank you, Karen and B. And I just want to remind everybody to just make sure that if the information is there around the questions that were answered, that they are scored accordingly. And not that we get kind of taken off track by some of the things that our personal selves would like to see, or, you know, unless it's really around very specific things around the questions that were answered that were left out. So just want to do a quick reminder of that. With that said, want to invite other panelists.
Oh, can I wait one more comment? I forgot. I knew I was missing some quote in my something about my notes. Was the other thing that I really appreciated by this application was that it was clear that there's generational diversity within their constituency and within the sort of organizational leadership, and that was something that we haven't seen in many other applications, and so I appreciated that as well.
Thank you, Karen. Other panelists that may have any additional information that they would like to share as part of the scoring?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application. All right, and the next application up for review is the Contemporary Austin. James and Ashley are our primary and secondary. So James, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, I thank you, Jesus. I think I have just some overarching comments about this application. It's a museum with a good history, and they're clear about the constituency group or their audience. I did, however, rate this application relatively low for not serving the audience or populations that were asked in the questions. I think one thing that kind of stood out as to me as probably maybe the only and probably biggest growth for me in this application process, given the information provided, was under the history of service, where the organization talks about it took a chance to kind of have the beginning of a strategic plan or really relook at the organization and why there are not audiences visiting either of their locations. Why we're not engaging certain audience members to these locations. And I'll just read it for recording sake. The Contemporary Austin undertook an audience research effort, an initiative that set out to identify the needs and wants of a core target audience, as well as to get more clarity about who wasn't engaging. And it goes on to talk about they did research across both the locations. Necessarily a responsive and flexible approach is required. And then I think in that section alone, that's all I got. I was left there. And so I looked on later in that section and more in the application to kind of come back to make the connection to what would the next step be, since that had been identified as a concern for the organization. However, I never found it. There are other spaces where I have further questions as how we're gathering the community voice. They talked about they talked more about how they want to have programming that amplifies community voice. But then they go into the programming. And so it's another space where I am missing in this application. It may live somewhere else to make the connection to the actual action. For example, I'll go back and make a comment, and I think this is a broader comment for all applicants, that the portion about, I just read a comment, let me go back and find it. Challenges keeping the notes all together. I can't find it now. There was a portion of the question that I found in another section under the history of service. And so I would say to applicants, sometimes it may feel repetitive, but it is very important to make sure the answers are relative to the question in the same section. If you find the need or the necessity to repeat it again, that's okay. But sometimes the context is not lost. And as a reviewer, I want to find the context. I want to see the answer. I want to make the connection. But sometimes that can be challenging if it's in a different section, specifically if it's in a section that is not relative or related to the question that's being asked, may be vaguely connected to something else. I think that's my, I had one glowing grow about this organization, and excuse me, not about the organization, about the application. I think that's it for me. So I'm curious to my secondary and their comments.
Thank you. Ashley, secondary.
Thank you. I agree with James a bit about at least the question about, reaching these new audiences or why they're not having engagement, but what's the next step. And the only thing, and I can also agree with, there's, we might find this information elsewhere, but it's like to their benefit to put it all together. And sometimes they do have to go back in there and it's going to seem like a very similar answer, but they have to try their hardest to make it all connect. And so the only thing that I can really find that this would tie those questions back to give me a reason is that, they talk about their mission is very broad. They serve everyone, including all of Austin and all of the visitors and tourists from around Texas and beyond, all over the world. And then they also talk about establishing a new mission as well as vision and values. And then they talk about the undertaking this audience research effort because I suppose that's part of the restructuring. And so, but finding what the next steps would be is important, I think. Other notes that I have would be they do talk about a commitment to presenting work and by diverse communities, but that they also are still struggling to find a balance between constituencies here and then also abroad. So really, serving the largest audience. And then some other notes I have are just that they discuss that they're making progress toward a long list of accessibility upgrades. They don't really say what they have or confirm any, except that they have similarly with the audience research that they're doing and finding engagement, they're leading an accessibility audit to create a comprehensive report of all necessary upgrades for both physical access as well as recommendations to ensure that public programs, both live and virtual, are fully accessible. So they're talking about their want to do that, but it otherwise doesn't exist, I suppose. That's what I get from the application. And then they also mentioned that they have a full-time dual language educator on staff to help ensure that all school and teacher programs are offered in both languages. But they don't necessarily describe how they implement that. So I would only could assume that it might be through transcribed or maybe some sort of curriculum that might be available on their website, not necessarily live or in person. I don't know, understand how people are receiving the information. So that's all I have for added notes.
Would like to invite any other panelists to give any input that you may have. That would be.
B, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah. So sort of continuing on the theme in leadership, they state that it's predominantly white, and then mention that there is LGBTQIA plus and South Asian populations within their leadership, but that's never defined in terms of what percent that is, what is the breakdown. Given the diversity that's present in the city of Austin, it would be peculiar to me that there is no Latinx representation within their leadership, or at least if there is, it's not stated. And in the accessibility section, and I realize that they state that they are creating an audit essentially to go through, but principally speaking, they did not answer the question. Everything that they reference in terms of what's been done is actually ADA compliance. And so by their own admission, a significant aspect of their space was not within the bounds of the ADA for essentially 30 years of the ADA's existence, but also they frequently remove voice and autonomy from communities. And in the accessibility section, they say that they are fully accessible. As I've noted before, fully accessible does not exist. That is not a thing. It removes power and autonomy from disabled people. You cannot speak to the individual needs of us. And actually that's referenced multiple times in various ways, but the term fully accessible is used once. Then they say like the gardens are accessible to all. Reasonably speaking, we can assume that that is not the case. And it would imply that there is a lack of disability representation currently within the organization. And that's something that I don't think they need an audit to know.
We have 5 seconds. Last comments, anyone? And we are at time. I hit cancel right before my alarm went off. So please finalize your scores for this application. And then we will move on to the next application, which is Beat for Beat. Hector and James are our primary and secondary. Beat for Beat, Hector, whenever you are ready to begin. Oh, and you are muted, Hector.
I realized that as I started talking. Beat for Beat has been in existence since 2014, and I gave them a moderate score. What they do is they provide services for youth in Title I schools, and at the end of the year, they connect each student with a professional. They mention professional. I think they are paid people that provide them instruction in music, and at the end of the year, they then do a concert, right? Which they invite the community, and a lot of the attendees, of course, are family members and people from the community. They do mention that they do serve underserved youth from Title I schools. In fact, they mentioned that they serve most of the underserved Title I schools in the area. They do learn about what the interests are from the students. So they specifically ask them, you know, what are you interested in? What do you want to do? In fact, from that, they've developed a digital music programming. They mention DEI throughout. I think that the application could have been stronger if they would have mentioned how. They will mention in different sections about equality and about inclusiveness and about other DEI issues. However, they just don't give me enough information. In fact, I had to, at some points, search it out in other sections where I said, oh, okay, there's an example that could have been written up in an earlier section. They don't, even though they say that their program, there's an increase in the request for their programs, it doesn't seem to show much impact. I didn't see that much except for the number of youth that are reached. I think in one place I mentioned over 1,200, another place I mentioned over 1,500. The staff and the board are not very diverse as far as having lived experience with the populations that they're serving. They are, however, in fact, they say in there that they're wanting to make their board much more diverse, but they say that they ask. They don't say anything about recruitment of more diversity in their board. However, later on, they do mention that they've started to work with a new philanthropist, which they have a focus in diversifying board of directors. Let's see, they do partner with ACC and they do hire a lot of the students. They provide mentorship and they do pay them for their work. Let's see. A couple more things. Oh yeah, as far as accessibility, they do mention that they make accessible facilities and they do provide language translations, particularly in Spanish. The budget does explain the details and definitely explains the deficits. I believe that this application could have had a greater score, a much larger score, if they would have shown more about their impact. Where are you making the impact? Again, they gave numbers, but that's about the extent of the impact, right? And again, also around diversity. They talk about how important it is, but not many indications or not much demonstration of how they do that. And one last thing, they do mention in several places youth at risk, which concerned me because that term, isn't used that much anymore in the field of working with youth. And so it was just, to me, it seemed odd that they are still using that term. So.
Thank you. Secondary, James?
Thank you, Hector. Just a few points from my notes. I think overall, I agree with Hector about I could have used just some clear and concise. Well, they were clear and concise on the project, but there were just a few spaces where I could have used examples over descriptive words in the application. That would have been very helpful. Kudos to them. There were a couple of places, at least two that I can recall now, where they talked about implementing social and emotional learning, integrating with music. So I thought that was with their whole culminating event. I would have liked to see some type of creative, artistic representation in their leadership from a lived experience. And Hector, I don't know if you would respond back. I missed that. If I missed that, I didn't see it. They talk about amplifying the community voice in that section. And that was a space where I was just wondering who were the conversations that were happening. So I know from reading that they're preparing for this culminating event, so I know parents are in there. But they talked about it from a broader sense. So I would be very curious to see who's all there shaping that conversation. Although we know there's students from schools that are participating and families are involved. But I wonder who the other community members, because it would take a broader community to kind of make that event happen. Sound, tech, if you're feeding people, that what is it impacting? Parking, the police department, what does it look like? And who's in that conversation? They talked about the leadership. The board was self-reporting, and I get a sense of that. I hear a lot of that, and for some unknown reason, for that was concerning, especially if you're thinking about addressing any of the key groups that we're talking about in this organization, even in this season, even in this time where we are now, and that is an option, I think. Kudos to them for job creation, I gathered out of there. Education and some of the activities are strong things in the work that they're doing. My rhetorical question for them is, how good is Google Translate for Spanish? Just a question. And I think that's it for me. Hector did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Like to invite
Just-
other.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Priscilla, do you mind if I just add something to what James just said? I think he mentioned that he didn't see in the event, they do hire students from ACC, primarily Highland, because that's where the event takes place. And to answer his question, Google does not do a very good job in translation. In fact, I'm trying ChatGPT, just for your information, and that does a pretty good job, much better than Google.
Thank you, Hector, for the clarification. Now's the opportunity for folks who have not spoken up, and remember that you were chosen as part of the panel, as part of your place in the world and what you may have experienced. So we want to invite you all to be sure to give additional comments that may be helpful to the applicants. No pressure, but just know that. Okay, B.
So I will both agree and disagree with Hector when it comes to accessibility. So the interesting thing is earlier in the application.
B, are you talking about the applicant? Your comments are going to be about the application, not about Hector, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So beat for beat earlier in the application says that they provide special needs programs at Macbeth. God, that's uncomfortable to say as an actor out loud. Recreation Center for Adults with Disabilities, offering group lessons twice a week. So that is actually a specific thing in terms of disability, but in the accessibility question, they don't actually say anything concretely that they do, other than one, they claim that they are 100% compliant with ADA, which again has nothing to do with actual accessibility needs, and then go on to state that they are fully accessible. And as I have said before, fully accessible is not a thing. It removes autonomy away from disabled people, and it suggests structural ableism within the organization.
If I could just quickly add in the remaining time to go back to Hector's question about impact. There were wonderful video testimonials from the parent and children. One of the parents specifically said they really appreciated how it got the kids off the phones having this activity. And then just as sort of another comment about the ways they're thinking around accessibility is they do offer free bus passes, which is one form of accessibility. Obviously doesn't solve everything, but
we have just under a minute left, so I didn't mean to cut you off, just pointing up a finger for one. I think I'm going to start doing a closed fist when we have like 30 seconds left, but we have like 40 seconds left. If anybody has any further comments, James, I see you came off mute.
Yeah, I would just ask Priscilla and Jesus that in some capacity address just assumptions. Assumptions beyond knowledge, especially for the applicants that are part. I don't assume any of them are expert in certain areas. And so I think as a community member, I'm not even an Austin-based person, but just as a community member, I think in all fairness, we should be careful about, as a panel, about assumptions and knowledge of compliance and all of those things, especially if we're taking for word what is being put in the application.
Thank you for that, James. I do want to say that is something that I brought up previously, where I was like, if the question is, if it's not there, then we just need to state that you can just state it's not there, or, no other assumptions need to be made. Did they answer it? Was it there? And so yes, just a mindful thing of that moving forward.
Yes, thank you. And we are at time for that application, for review of that application, but point noted. We will move on to our next application for review, which is Austin Classical Guitar. Hannah and Ashley are our primary and secondary. And Hannah, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, I thought this application was not very strong. I did score it like a mid-low. A big reason being the mission is very, very broad. And then the key constituency is they list it as Austin's diverse youth, but they don't go into detail into what that means, because it, even without diverse, like youth itself is already a category that has a lot in it. So it didn't score very high for me in mission and key constituencies. And history of service, they clearly have like a really big infrastructure. But again, it's a very broad history of service, of serving everyone. And it does seem like it's evolved to serve some key constituencies, like institutionalized people, and just double checking if that was youth, like youth in juvenile justice centers, for example. Cultural leadership, I thought this was kind of an interesting way they filled out this area. They say that the board of directors holds the power at their organization, and only talk about the board and its makeup. It doesn't go into the staff, and for an organization with such broad work that they're doing, it's kind of worrisome that there's not more said about the staff and the role that they play in the service and work they're providing. For community voice, I do see that they bring in artists in residencies, and they kind of define community input as like community participation. It doesn't really go into how community gives actual feedback and how that feedback is interpreted or used. There seems to be a lot of emphasis overall around like international cultural exchange, but then there isn't that deeper connection into like when you do that cultural exchange, like inviting an international artist, how is that connecting more specifically to the youth communities from those populations, or with specific organizations? They list a few, but they don't go into specifics on how some of those collaborations work, for example. I do think that they kind of defined cultural diversity as more equality rather than centering equity work, and just wanted to sort of bring up that like equating equality and equity are very different things. And yeah, I mean, they're clearly a very large organization with established community relationships. And I did like that they talked about how 2 students from their AISD programs are now involved at a higher level within the organization. And I did know there was no accessibility accommodations that were mentioned. I did really like, I did see that there's teacher training for how to work with ESL students. And I thought that was something that we don't often see, so that their work is, or teachers are actually being trained to work with students that are ESL and need additional language support, for example. Okay.
Thank you. Ashley?
Okay. I too scored this application relatively low. Some notes that I have include that they have evolved to serve an underrepresented communities, and this is mostly through partnerships. So I think that their long history of strong partnerships or relationships over the years has really benefited them, but I don't think that it's really been a focus of their mission. It's been something that has, from what I understand, they reach these, they seek to be inclusive through these partnerships. I wrote that to me, it's not clearly described how the voices from the community are involved in the project creative direction. And then when they talk about their reach, and in this section, I felt that they could have benefited by describing how directly they would plan to reach new audiences or be more inclusive. But they did include their project or program calendar. those areas where how this could be beneficial to their key constituencies could have been elsewhere, but wasn't answered in this question. And then I also I was listening to Hannah, but also in one of my notes I have that they do not currently provide specialized adaptations or services for non-English speaking communities, but they do mention also that it is something that they are working on. So that could be through that program, but maybe it's not for all programming.
Thank you, Ashley. At this time, I'd like to invite other panelists to give any input they have.
I'll say that I really appreciate the comments from Ashley and Hannah, because I really was impressed by this application. So I always like to hear very different opinions from mine. So I will say that one of the things that I really appreciated about this application was it does seem that maybe the sort of specific service projects may have come in later, as Ashley mentioned, but it's very targeted towards blind, needy students and juvenile incarcerated. So I would appreciate that precision in identifying a population that they're serving. And then there's a wonderful letter from a 8th grader who was transformed by the organization, and I just thought that like that one testimony from the one student who was transformed by this access to this kind of education was really significant. You rarely see 8th graders write with that kind of eloquence and heartfelt feeling. So that was a wonderful sign of impact for me, even if it's only one student. And then I thought that what's interesting to me about this organization is that they really optimize like the confines of their practice, which is classical guitar, which, you know, kind of can seem in some ways so specific, but what they're doing is they're gathering donations of instruments. These donated instruments are relatively, you know, they don't require a lot of additional equipment. It's something that the students can learn with, you know, with basic entry-level education. It gives them a voice to perform. It gives them self-confidence. And so I thought instead of asking for money, what was impressive is instead of asking for money to continue doing the thing that they're doing, what they're doing is they're asking for money to do the thing that they're doing in a way that helps other people who might not otherwise, you know, have these kinds of resources, and it opens up a world for them. So I thought, you know, that at one point in the application, they frame it in terms of the Surgeon General's sort of post-pandemic, you know, advocacy against loneliness, which I thought was a good concept for what they're doing.
2 minutes. Is there other pen? Is it B?
Yeah, so I'll be a broken record because this is a consistent application issue. So the funny thing is, as Karen pointed out, they actually do reference something, not only that they do for disabled individuals, but something that they created from scratch and have continued to expand. But in the accessibility question, yes, they did not address the services that they do, even though they do provide such service. It is the question that has the least developed answer, but in that answer, they use the term fully accessible, which does not exist. There is no such thing as full accessibility, and it removes autonomy from disabled people. And then they proceed to say that there are designated spaces for wheelchair users, which is an obligation of the ADA, so that's just repetitiveness, across every section and price level, which to their credit is somewhat interesting. You are not obligated to have wheelchair seats across every level of seating. However, you are obligated to not charge us premiums. So it's frustrating when an organization is clearly doing something, and then when it's the time to showcase what they're doing, doesn't reference it in that space.
Thank you. We have about 30 seconds left, and I appreciate B being consistent with the application comments are saying. 20 seconds left. Just a reminder that if you do have to hunt for the information, but it's there, we ask that you look beyond grantsmanship to the extent possible. Final comments in the final 10 seconds we have. If there are no further comments, please finalize your scores and we will move on to our next application.
And Susan, I know you said looking beyond the grantsmanship, we want to just a reminder that that is part of the equity process is around not solely and not primarily looking at grantsmanship for this particular funding that the city has made that commitment to. So we want to make sure that panelists are adhering to that priority for the city.
Yes, thank you, Priscilla, for drawing that line and specifically stating, why we are asking you to look beyond grantsmanship to the extent that you can. Next application up for review is Motion Media Arts Center. This one, you may have seen it originally as the Austin School of Film. So just please note this is Motion Media Arts Center, application ID 016642-K2Y1CO. Motion Media Arts Center, Cassie is primary, B is secondary, and the timer will start. Cassie, whenever you're ready to begin giving your comments.
Okay, thank you. The mission of this organization is to support BIPOC emerging and established artists and audiences of all ages by offering artistic and professional development opportunities, facilities access, and exhibition opportunities. And long-term pathways into creative industries. So a systemic and long-term commitment to these communities. They help support artists, connecting them with mentors and educators. They will present projects and do events with this grant. In their 20-year history, they've worked with a variety of key constituency groups, which really stuck out to me, including English as a second language migrants, foster children, members of the LGBTQIA community, and they produce Spanish language hands-on film production. So I thought it kind of spanned a lot of the constituent communities. And then the organization's mission is rooted in serving, just who they said, who I just mentioned, and has centered on serving these groups. And they give a lot of evidence about how they do that. The leadership have deep connections and experience with the communities that they serve. They center these voices in many stages of their programs and provide different areas where they do this. Equity and intersectionality are key components to the programming. And it really stood out to me that their organization supported through financial and non-financial means, especially through long-term partnerships with a lot of other organizations working with the key constituency groups, including El Buen Samaritano. And they offer diverse opportunities to their participants, including free workspaces, paid internships, and networking opportunities. And they have a thoughtful and clear marketing plan to retain these audiences and participants and to reach new ones as well. So I scored the application very high.
Thank you. And I'm going to pause the timer just for a second. I forgot to mention that Hannah had a conflict of interest with this application. So she is recused. That's why her camera is off. So she will be recusing herself from this application. She will come back once the application review is done. And then I will restart the timer when B starts giving their comments as secondary.
And begin. So I scored this application very, very high. It's clear that they're not just providing a service to specific demographics within Austin that are very much generally underserved elsewhere. But I know of very few programs even comparable to this in other cities, and underrepresentation in film is a massive problem. That said, there is a lack of information in terms of what their alumni have done. I noted that they had in terms of community support, they referenced POV and PBS. So like, I wanted to know, from people who've utilized your services, were they compensated later in terms of distribution, because they reference distribution consults? Do they have films that have gone on to PBS POV? How does that partnership work? Is that through their shorts program with Opal or something else? And then, unfortunately, to be the broken record, when it comes to accessibility, it is the only time in the entire application that disability is referenced, but they did not answer the question. They solely said, in terms of things that they're doing in regards to ADA compliance, and basically list off things that are parts of ADA, and then say that they are fully ADA compliant, which still does not provide us with any actual information. And I'm just gonna, point this out because I've not done it on a statistic level, but the disabled community is the second largest minority in the city of Austin, Texas. And it is frustrating that when that intersectionality opportunity is there, that at least based upon what is present in this grant application, they're not taking advantage of it, as that is certainly a way that they can grow and expand and service the intersectionality realities of their community. But overall, really amazing work that so few are doing.
Thank you, B. Jesus, are you just look very still. Okay, I just make sure you hadn't frozen. I was like, wait, would like to invite other panelists to add in. Oh, James just came right on off of there. James.
Yeah, I just want to note, I don't think I heard it, but it was just warming to see that extent of, especially in this industry, for them to go the extra mile with job placement opportunities I derived out of there. And there was a statement that says job placement opportunities in the arts through our partners. And then they leave it on the digital job board and on their website. So just a sweet nugget, I think. The only other thing I would say was I wanted maybe a few more lines of the service they provided on the sliding scale for BIPOC artists and art groups. I wanted more details about that. But other than that, great application.
Anybody, any other panelists have anything they'd like to add? Casey, I kind of see you shaking your head, but that might just be an agreement. Oh, and I forgot Hannah's on. All right.
If there are no other comments, please finalize your scores. And we are at a time to take a break. It is 2:05, so we will come back at 2:20. We have the break. Hopefully Hannah can hear us. We have the break little icon up in, okay, yes, Hannah's there. We just had her away since there was a conflict of interest with this application. So it's now 2:06. So let's come back at 2:21 so you get the full 15-minute break. I know how hard this can be on your eyes and just sitting in one place. So we will resume at 2:21. And we are still waiting for Hector and James to come back as we come back from break. So I don't know if we want to pause the recording until James is, oh no, we're good. Okay, and during break, staff discovered there are some potential errors in the portal system about the accessibility questions. So Cultural Arts Division staff and Economic Development Department staff is currently looking into that, and we'll have clearer directions tomorrow on how to proceed. So we still appreciate all your comments around both disability and language access, but again, please keep the system errors that I was just telling you about in mind when you are making your comments. So with that being said, we are back to reviewing applications. The next application up for review is Arts on Alexander. Cassie and Hector are our primary and secondary. Let me get my timer ready. And we will have 10 minutes max for each application. Again, I'm going to start giving a 3-minute warning, 2, 1, and then when we have like 30 seconds, it'll be like a closed fist. And the 10-minute timer will start whenever Cassie begins giving her comments.
All right, I'm ready. So Arts on Alexander began in 2019 and had a focus on creating equitable access to high quality performance spaces and musical productions of primarily classical music. They sponsor 40 concerts per year, bringing internationally recognized ensembles to East Austin. They also provide support for small arts organizations, music students, and the community more broadly. And they kind of have an emphasis on low-cost concerts to make them accessible. I scored this application in a low range, and I saw that while broadly they provide low-cost art service, I didn't see how their mission or programs serve the key constituency groups in this grant. They don't show how their leadership is rooted in these communities either, and they consider inequity from a class perspective, but it doesn't consider the intersectional oppression facing key constituency groups as a requirement of this grant. And they can improve by showing how they're specifically reaching these programs and how they're incorporating their feedback into the programs and focusing on them and their offerings. And that's all the comments that I have.
Great, thank you. Secondary, Hector?
I also rated it relatively low. Hang on just a second. I don't have much more to add. I was just going to take a look and see if there's anything else that was already mentioned. No, I can't think of anything else. I think everything was thoroughly mentioned.
All right, we'd like to invite other panelists at this time, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, so this was also one of my lower scoring applications as well. I thought that their answers to equality and inclusivity and equity were very generic or not answered. And they seem to conflate classical music as the cultural component. So they don't really talk about the cultural communities or key constituencies. And it's just overall very broad and general in terms of what they're doing.
I'll piggyback off of that with a specific reference that in intersectionality and inclusion, they say that they don't discriminate against race, class, gender, or other. I have no idea what other is, but that would not meet legal definition for any organization. That wouldn't appear to make sense for a mission statement, and it's reflective consistently throughout the application of sort of broad strokes. But also, stating in intersectionality and inclusion simply that you follow the law in terms of what you don't discriminate against isn't a direct answer to how you actually take those same demographics and connect them together.
Yeah, and I would add, again, sort of suggestions for the applicants in the future. In terms of leadership, like it's a very small board. There's not much other information that we get other than the credentials of the two leaders. And so again, there's this sort of slippage between people and organization where we're not really getting a sense of the organization. We're asked to accept two individuals as like representative of the organization. And then there are these occasional sort of statements that, might be provocative, like help promote classical music and prevent its erasure from modern culture. I don't think classical music is in any danger of being erased from modern culture. Anybody who just watch Saturday morning cartoons gets a lot of classical music, but more generally, I think there's this concern about sort of, this as I understand this, that this grant is here to support arts organizations in terms of doing what they do to enrich the community and the broader society and the broader culture. And it's less appealing when organizations seem to be applying for the money in order to continue doing what they're doing because it serves them rather than everybody else. And so there was another statement. We believe that with a more inclusive audience, we won't lose this beloved genre. So, okay, so we want to hear your plan to get a more inclusive audience, right? Less so the need to lose this beloved genre. I'm convinced that classical music is important and that it has value. What I would be interested to hear is like what your plans are for bringing this to larger audiences.
Thank you. Anybody else have any?
Yeah, that's just the last thing I want to add to that last comment is that, yeah, that most of their, in fact, all their events happening at the same venue. So if they are wanting to reach out, I think it's important to look at other venues besides the one venue that they've been using for years.
If there are no further comments, if you would please, panelists, finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application, which is Texas Book Festival. Hector and Hannah are our primary and secondary. And Hector, whenever you're ready to begin. All right, you're muted, Hector.
So sorry, I was just looking at that and I must have missed that assignment because I don't have that. Tell me the title of that agency again.
Texas Book Festival. It's application 061585-W9TOX4, Texas Book Festival.
I missed that assignment. I do not even have it open. I have all the others open. So let me, if I could have the second person maybe do their report, and then I can look for it, see if I can find it.
Okay, Hannah, you are the secondary, so
Sure.
or we can, and I know the panelists have looked at all of the applications prior to today. They're primary and secondary on some of them, not all of them. So Hector, you have looked at this application, you just didn't have it open because you weren't sure if you were, okay.
Correct, yes.
Correct, so we'll go ahead and, okay. Great, we'll continue then. We'll just have Hannah go first. The timer has not started yet. The timer doesn't start till the primary starts giving their comments, which will be Hannah. So Hannah, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, well, this organization and their programs have very broad focuses and missions. Their mission is very broad in terms of literacy and connecting authors and readers through experiences that celebrate culture of literacy, ideas, and imagination. So that did knock it down a little bit for me in terms of mission and key constituencies. However, that they do talk about the work they're doing to further literacy, and they connect that a little bit more to how it particularly with like English language learners or ESL learners and those who speak Spanish. I can see that in their history of service, they say a lot that they're broadly serving everyone. So maybe this area would have benefited from a higher, or would have scored a little bit higher if they had talked a bit more about how they're connecting the services they provide in literacy and then the communities that they want to outreach to. They talk a little bit about Reading Rock Stars and how that connects with Title I schools. Perhaps they can expand on that part a little bit more, on what it means for them to reach out to these undersourced communities, and then what are the makeups of these undersourced communities particularly, that make them so important and a key constituency now that they've realized that that's an area of needed literacy, for example. I do see that there's a lot of strides in cultural leadership, especially among staff that have lived experience in key constituency groups that we're prioritizing. And they have a selection committee that ranges from Black and Latinx literary leaders as part of their selection process for their book festival. And so I gave them a pretty good score in that area, and how they're using community voice and folding that into the decision-making process. I really like their project's mission of compensating local authors, and I think that's a great step towards equity, and being able to provide compensation for them to participate, which they were not receiving before. It was primarily going towards authors who were out of town. For the intersectionality and inclusion notes, I see that they focus a lot on the economic demographics, and I'd love to learn a little bit more about how those kind of intersect with the race, class, and gender of the low economic demographics that they're hoping to serve, especially through programs like their Reading Rock Stars. I thought it was interesting that the Reading Rock Stars program in particular, which has that focus, only 1/3 of it is in Austin, the rest of it is statewide. So if there's any funding that goes towards that, I'd be curious to see how they're splitting that up, because I didn't see that reflected in budget per se. Yeah, and then I think they're clearly providing some accessibility for Spanish, but it seems that for other disability accessibility, they're pre-identifying sessions that will have ASL. I really enjoyed hearing about their marketing plans, and I thought it was really clear how they plan to expand into Spanish-speaking audiences a lot more as well.
Yeah, that was very good. Thank you. The only thing, oh, let me see. Yes, the only thing that I would add to that is that they, in the opportunities, they do show, and actually they show the demographics of the people that they are serving, which is really great. It's good to see that. Otherwise, I think everything else has been stated.
Thank you. This time we'd like to invite other panelists to.
Just 2 suggestions for the applicant. I was just surprised that there were no librarians on the board, given the nature of the organization. And then they had great annual report showing social media data, and you can take social media big data for what it is, but it is a kind of quantifiable metric to use in applications, and so this was helpful to do.
Comments from other panelists? And I know we forget sometimes, so, and I've done it myself, just be sure you're muted when you're not speaking, in case you have any coughs or anything. B, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I scored the medium to the low side in part because of things that have already been noted, but in the accessibility section, they specifically note that they are on the Capitol grounds, and then use the term fully accessible, which, as I've said before, fully accessibility is not a thing. It removes autonomy from disabled people. But even the Capitol building has an accessibility guide that you can pull up, and I know because I've used it, that actually verifies that as a wheelchair user, in fact, I cannot access all of the Capitol grounds. It even routes. So slight frustration when their own host venue contradicts them. And there is a general lack of demographic presentation, especially without getting too political here, but in light of current censorship that's taking place across this country. I was hopeful and looking for specifically how they might use this organization to counteract the censorship and removal of books around certain communities and subject matter.
Anyone else have anything they'd like to add?
Now look, I did the opposite. I muted. It says I'm muted, but I'm unmuted. Can y'all hear me? Yes? Okay, that's weird. If there are no other comments, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application, which is Ground Floor Theater. Cassie and Ashley are our primary and secondary. And Cassie, whenever you are ready to begin.
Thank you. The funding for this grant for the Ground Floor Theater was support staff, production, artistic fees for theater productions, youth activities, and provide support for playwrights. And the mission of this organization is to foster an environment for creative thinkers, artists produce works with a focus on historically underrepresented communities. And because I did see this in their application, I gave them a pretty high score. This is well supported, and it demonstrates their commitment to equity and intersectionality and serving a variety of individuals and organizations within the key constituency groups. They have a well-defined mission and programming that support these groups and incorporate them into the process as well. And they have one area where I think that they could develop a little bit more is their marketing plan. They could develop a little bit more to show how they could reach new audiences. But overall, I think this was a really great and descriptive a proposal that focuses on what this grant was meant to do.
Thank you. Secondary, Ashley?
You. Some things I can add from my notes would be that from the beginning, they have always included their key constituent stakeholders and audience members. They've included them in their reaching out to them how to identify programming to support their community. And their leadership includes members from deeply rooted cultural understanding and lived experience within their key constituency groups. They identified the Black community, Latinx community, and LGBTQ plus communities, and with the goal to be more inclusive. They're heavily supported by their audiences and community through volunteering. They have a huge volunteership, advocacy is large, collaboration, and they even mentioned accolades. And then one note too that I thought stood out was that they do mention that they've had such a dedicated community and had so much support from them from the beginning to including financing their initial opening, which was through crowdsourcing. They say they invest in people in their key constituencies through hiring members of underrepresented communities and putting them into leadership roles. They also provide mentoring opportunities and venue space to other artists and stipends for early career artists. And then another note I have here is about that they do not describe specialized adaptations or services for non-English speaking communities. However, they do mention that they have in the past. And then they also include that they provide ASL for all programs.
Ashley, are you done? Okay, that was so quick. I was like, wait, did something happen? All right. Any other votes? B.
So first off, if I can go back in time, I want to be a camper for this organization. I mean, I did go to theater camp, and I will say it was very queer, but that is different from going to a space that is defined and shaped for youth of the queer identity as myself, and what a wonderful evolution in terms of what the organization is doing. But when it comes to the accessibility question, which they did answer, and they did actually explain things that they do, but a lot of it was on request only. And then they say that anyone can request something, but that doesn't mean that you will actually deliver upon that request. But they also say that they'll provide audio description as needed, or other accessibility. If they're going virtual, which is wonderful for theater, and I recognize for certain productions will not be allowed because of licensing complications, and even more so with SAG-AFTRA issues at the moment. You should always have default captions, and it doesn't cost you anything. There's no extra barrier to having caption choices within virtual performance. But from an organization level, I would challenge, if you're building that out virtually, what can you do to have that same element put into your productions? And might it be possible to have a caption screen for one of your live shows, for example?
Anybody else have anything they'd like to add?
If there are no further comments, some people are moving around, so I was just making sure. If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores, we will move on to the next application, which is Capital Broadcasting Association, or KMFA, Classical 89.5 FM. So Capital Broadcasting Association, or KMFA. James and B are our primary and secondary. And James, whenever you're ready to begin.
56-year-old radio station. And this application probably was moderate to low for me overall for the application. There's a 56-year-old radio station that has gone through some changes as far as their direction and their focus and their mission. And it's actually one of the first glows that I have for them, even in their leadership. Let's see. Well, no, I said the applicant has had a history of service that seeks broadly to serve all communities. So their mission is pretty broad. It's like we've heard in some spaces before where it is about serving all of the community. There's even part in the application that talks about a third of the population or a third of their audience is actually outside of Texas. And so it's a broad stroke here with the discipline, with the genre, and with the audience. It's a pretty broad stroke. And they've realized some changes that need to be made, and they started off with their leadership. They get quite a bit of details, which I am very appreciative of, more than I am of a lot of the adjectives. The data is good. They say in the past 5 years, they've added 3 Black members, 2 Hispanic members, 1 Asian member to their board of directors. 3 directors are members of the LGBT community. His last 2 chair were women. So very concise, very short, very to the point, very clear. That they've made some strides and some changes in 5 years. Let's see, another space that mentions in amplifying the community voice. The advisory board is 9 community members. 4 of those are BIPOC, 6 who are female identifying, and who are all professionals within Austin's arts community. Which I thought is a glow for me, which I thought was a great example of incorporating the community members on their own lived experiences into your decision making, into your leadership, which ultimately impacts the direction of the organization itself. I didn't see enough evidence of just cultural relevance when it goes to impacting their programming or their relative activities. I mentioned earlier about a third of their population are listeners outside of the state. I don't really have a comment. It's just a question. You know, is this a pro and a con? Because they use it as an example to elevate or amplify the fact that this is an opportunity to broaden their brand. I think they mentioned are the cultural assets of the city of Austin. And so I'm just curious about, is that a platform to do so in this space for them? Or will it cause them to be more focused on being national or international? Or is this really an opportunity for the city when we're talking about the city process, this city funds locally, and the city of Austin's cultural assets? We know that that's what this is about, and given where the funding is coming from. So I'm not quite sure. It's a pro and a con for me that sticks in my head. This space of intersectionality, there was one glow out of there for me, and that was the gesture they did. I think taking the information that's in the application, they moved their space into a space that was historically marginalized, and then even renaming the space for an African-American male, I thought was a great gesture, and addresses some of the access and racism and the spaces that they overlap, being geographically relocated to where you can't have access to general utilities, education, and other things like that. That's a historical fact. And so I thought that was good. Great examples of partnership and financial support, of course. I don't believe the genre is at risk. And so we see support there. Also, there's some glows for them for getting free to low cost spaces, mentoring as well for some students. They didn't talk about much about, mention anything about ADA. There was some accommodations. I like to use the term accommodations for the ability to listen in the studio. And then there was also no mention about non-bilingual. And so I'm interested in what my secondary has to say if I miss something, because you could always miss something. You could always miss something. And so I'm always excited about this setting because we get to share that back. There is evidence of investment into artist fees and marketing as it relates to the intention for the programmatic reach. I did get that. And then there was clear direction about their budget, but then I noted some of the deficits that came up in their budget process. And they did give an explanation that's saying, you know, hey, this is COVID. And this is a question. I'd love to hear someone's feedback, but I thought I saw deficits even prior to COVID. And so I'm curious if anyone else saw that, because if I remember correctly, COVID was March 2020. I remember it like yesterday. And so, but the only explanation they gave was related to COVID. So I'm curious, what was 2018 about? So that's what I have so far, and I will relinquish my stand.
And before we move on to the secondary, just real quick, and I think James kind of mentioned this, but or alluded to this when talking about the 1/3 of the audience being from outside of Texas, and you mentioned the source of funds. So just to clarify, we do receive our funds for this program from the hotel occupancy tax. We do need to reach tourists and visitors. So that could be why. Again, don't want to speak for the applicant, but and I think James kind of alluded to that, but just wanted to make that clear. With that being said, we'll move on to the secondary, B.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I have a hard time at times imagining this musical genre being at risk of erasure. That said, there's some wonderful demographic growth attempts by the organization. But at times it comes off as tokenism, and I see that in when it comes to their foreign language. They say that they were attempting to hold a bilingual event, and they pulled their Spanish portion because of a lack of interest. That's kind of a cop-out response. And I mean, it's possible that absolutely nobody whatsoever was interested, whose Spanish is their primary language, but then it is on the organization to figure out why that is, and given their location now in East Texas, what they can do to cater to that space, to expand. It is an opportunity of growth, which isn't necessarily made clear of how they will improve that going forward. And while they do reference something in terms of accessibility inside their space, they don't reference how they utilize radio for those who, for example, can't leave their home, a potential COVID growth audience. I'm also going to bring up that in cultural leadership, especially because this is a grant that is centered on the city of Austin, they say that 50% of their on-air team is BIPOC, and then say this is 5 times the national percentage of 9%. One, I don't know. I assume they're pulling that from radio representation. A lot more than 9% of the country is BIPOC. But also what they're saying, although they're being creative in how they're framing it, is that they have roughly the same BIPOC percentage, actually a little bit less than the city of Austin, Texas. And that's how I went about scoring them. I do applaud as an organization some clear attempts that are noticeable in terms of attempting to diversify as well as honor and acknowledge their location. I wish there was more that they were doing as an organization, at least in terms of the information that's given to us, to honor the namesake that they are utilizing for the space. It feels like it's great that they've chosen to name this after a BIPOC musician who had a very unfortunate end. But it's not clear how they're taking that name and truly pushing forward in the space to honor that legacy in a way that they may not have done before.
Thank you. We've got about 30 seconds for any additional comments from the panel. Anything that has not been said yet that panelists would like to weigh in on? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application. So that is Zachary Scott Theater, doing business as Zach Theater. So Hannah and Hector are our primary and secondary. Zachary Scott Theater, DBA Zach Theater. Hannah, whenever you are ready to begin.
I was wondering for this one if I could switch with Hector, because that's what happened in our last one.
Sure, Hector. We'll have you go first. So the secondary becomes the primary and the primary will become the secondary. And the timing will start when Hector starts giving his comments.
Actually, I don't know if I don't have the latest version, but again, my name doesn't show up here on this one. I do know I scored it, so let me look for it. But I'm not prepared to be the primary. I'm so sorry about that.
Happy to go.
Okay. So again, just for anybody watching in attendance, the applicants have scored and reviewed the applications prior to today. They are assigned primary and secondary on certain ones. And so Hannah is the primary, Hector is a secondary. And so just pulling the application up so they can give their more detailed scores and notes. And Hannah, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. So the Zach Theater, they are about creating exceptional theater experiences that inspire and engage the Austin community. So the mission and the key constituencies are very broad. So they did not score very high for me in these areas due to that. And I did see in the history of service, same thing again, it's very broadly about regional theater. And they can respond to current trends through the work that they're putting on, and it seems that they're taking action to do so, and then it's reflected a bit in their cultural leadership as well. Under history of service, I did find a quote that they use from the newspaper, a little troubling. They're talking about the Austin-centric aesthetic that they craft at the ZAC. And the quote was from from the Austin Asian American Statesman, where the person who wrote it said that the ZAC was truly indigenous and locally popular at the same time. I don't know when this was said, but I feel like the use of the word indigenous particularly was not correct in this quote. So they should really be careful about how they're representing that, particularly in their history of service. For cultural leadership, they do have a artistic director that identifies as LGBTQ, and the artistic director in particular has led a lot of programming that has had bilingual plays, and it looks like R&B inspired, so has really injected a lot of their creativity and decision and power making in this aspect of what's being performed at the theater and put on. It's not very evident for me from their board if board leadership is culturally grounded or how diverse it might be. There's not too much information on it. Oh, well, there's some percentages provided. They did say 22% identify as LGBTQ, 22% as BIPOC, and they break down BIPOC into 11% Black and African American, 11% Hispanic, Latinx. I do want to caution people against using BIPOC altogether in one category. That seems to be a thing that we are running across a lot, and it's used again here. There is a bit of age diversity as well. They talk about the board having EDI goals and an EDI committee, but there's no actual discussion of what those goals are and who comprises of the committee out of their board. With community voice, they do hire a lot of local artists, and I like that they talk a little bit about casting from their high school pre-professional company. And so there's a lot of that community voice of getting involved in. There's not necessarily a mechanism that community voice is involved in when making artistic decisions. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that. That would have increased their score in this area if they had a little bit more detail about that. Right now, it seems like the artistic vision is very strong. And once that's decided, then the community is brought in to execute. But there's no indication that it's actually folded in from the beginning. They're seeking specifically for this project, which is the play The Prom, or the musical The Prom. And it's an LGBTQ story based on true events. I think that, or I'm not seeing a lot of detail in how they're engaging the LGBTQ communities and partners. They kind of just say, we're going to utilize LGBTQ partners to help expand the reach. But they do say that they're trying to be, the selection of this particular production is due to the current political climate in Texas for LGBTQ community members. How am I doing on time? Should I go ahead? Okay. Yeah, so just to kind of close it out a bit, I did appreciate that for the ASL accessibility information they provided. They did talk about that the area they have for the ASL interpreters is well lit and very visible. And they work specifically with the Texas School for the Deaf to on that accommodation and feature in particular. So it looks like they're engaging that part of the population and partner to develop those features that they have. There's no language, like non-English accessibility that I could find.
Thank you. And I will just say real quick on the BIPOC, I glanced through their application just to see where that is, but just so the panel is aware, that is a term that the Cultural Arts Division does use. So that could be why the applicant had used that. I know there's discussion, language always evolves, but just that is a term that the Cultural Arts Division has adopted. We have about 4 minutes left. Hector, secondary.
Yeah, I just have a few things. I do want to emphasize that it seems to be that their focus is around LGBTQ issues and their performance as well. I didn't see any evidence of the divorce board, even though they say they are looking at their EDI in the organization. I was curious as to why they're working, and I don't know if I missed it, by why they're working with Texas State University students, which of course we all know is not based in Austin. So I'm not sure about that. I do know, just the last thing I want to say that I want to add is that it seems like in reaching marginalized communities, or the priority community of this grant seems to be more in their audience. They are reaching out to provide free tickets and low-cost tickets, but I just don't see how there's much more involvement of these marginalized communities in the project, much more so.
Thank you, Hector. Is there anybody else on as panelists that would like to add any comments? 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, the proposal is largely centered around one show, but there's very little that explains how they will go beyond the narrow aspects of that show in terms of representing the broader city of Austin. You know, there are many things, for example, that can be done in casting that have not been done potentially in other productions of that show. But also that show the prom did not originate in the state of Texas. Therefore, that's royalties, that's resources in this case that are being highlighted that are going elsewhere. They don't go into their season. And I know that you can selectively focus for this grant, but I think it's worth noting that basically their entire season is white. And with the exception of the prom, their entire season is straight and cis. That as an organization, there is a lot more they can do with their season selection. And there are other theater companies that have shown actively in terms of taking the lead in showcasing playwrights whose works we don't historically get to see. And contrary to what they say, most of the plays from their season did not originate in Texas, even though they are hiring Texas artists. Then in the accessibility section, they say that their space is fully wheelchair accessible. I have been in the theater. It is not. Again, that removes autonomy from those who are disabled, but I will agree with a statement that they reference. In terms of overall use, it is much better than the vast majority of theater venues that I have been in as a wheelchair user.
1 minute left. Anybody have anything? Okay. And Jesus, before you go on, I mean, we can wrap this up, but I want to say something about the BIPOC thing.
Got about 45 seconds, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah, and the BIPOC, yeah, so it's a general, it's not just about this application. I don't know if this is what Hannah was referencing. There's a difference in using BIPOC and a difference between Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And I don't know if that's what Hannah was referencing. So I know that the city has adopted the term BIPOC, but there is some problematic usages when you just say BIPOC and you don't break them out into Black, Indigenous, and people of color. So I did want to bring that to the forefront.
And oftentimes what I'm seeing is they're saying BIPOC and then they break out percentages, and the people of color like extended portion is never addressed in the actual like data.
And we are at time for this particular application, but just in general, yes. And that's why I said, you know, I glanced at the application. I do have them open when we are reviewing those, but well noted, you know, also language is always in flux. And so again, just being careful for all applicants, not just this applicant on how language is used. But again, you know, that is the term with all the caveats that Priscilla just gave that the Cultural Arts Division does use. So with that being said, we are done with this application. We are at time, so we will move on to our next application, which is the Texas After Violence Project. Cassie and B are our primary and secondary. Texas After Violence Project. Cassie, whenever you are ready to begin.
And just so you know, I just got a message that my internet was unstable, but hopefully we'll be okay.
You look good right now.
So this is a very interesting project that really caught my attention for its focus on a different group that I know we're not comparing them, but a new group for me in this grant process. And they say that they're a public memory archive that fosters deeper understandings of the impacts of state violence. Their mission is to help build power with directly impacted communities, centering their dignity, agency, and expertise to cultivate restorative and transformative justice practices. And they do community-based projects within the Travis County Correctional Complex. This is particularly for a 6-week oral history course to people who are incarcerated in that complex. And they've created a large archive that includes over 400 hours of oral histories, historical records, photographs, creative works, and other materials from this population that document how state violence has impacted individuals and communities. So it was important to give a little more context there. I gave it a very high score. It was a thoughtful and well-executed application. And on top of that, their mission and history directly centers the key constituencies for this group, for this grant. And also ones that face systemic barriers to participation in general in society, as they're kind of separated from society. The applicant provides programming and leadership opportunities for these artists who are at risk of cultural displacement and erasure, while centering their voices in the organization itself. They're raising awareness about the key constituencies and giving them a unique opportunity to create and share their responses to institutional marginalization through these innovative arts projects, and creating meaningful and long-term and systemic opportunities for both participants and the broader community to learn about their experiences. I found that their voices were centered at the various stages of the project, the participants, and also in leadership of the projects, including design and implementation. And they had, which I appreciated, a detailed and very realistic budget for their project. And that's all I have.
You, Cassie, secondary, B?
Yeah, I echo, I was really intrigued by this. I gave them a pretty high score, and if we're going to interpret this in the most narrow sense, then officially speaking, those who are in prison are not at risk of displacement at the moment, since they cannot leave, but they are at risk of cultural erasure, and it happens in so many different ways. That said, it's not clear to me in the application how they are actively accountable to the individuals with whose stories they utilize. And similarly, in terms of benefit, there's a lack of mention about compensation for those individuals in the class. Yes, they were giving the class for free, but you are using a person's image, you are using a person's likeness, you are using a person's truth. And there may be, I'll concede, legal complications around that. But it would be wonderful if they legally can to provide proper compensation to the individuals. And if they can't in application in the future, to just explain that to us. And then in the accessibility area, they get oddly vague. But note that they are looking at accessible spaces in the future. But that's not defined in terms of what that means. But I love the fact that they said, like, they're going through their entire archives and they're adding captions in. And that's somebody that's saying, we've acknowledged we didn't do something in the past, but we're doing it in the present. And I would take that same push depending upon what the videos are, I realize they may not necessarily be the most visually arresting imagery, but to add audio description into those files, that does come with an added cost, I will concede, but might be a wonderful addition to their resources.
I'd like to invite other panelists to add anything that hasn't been said.
Yeah, echoing Beth's comments, I also very much am intrigued by this project and application. So it's going to seem weird that I have a bunch of what seems like criticisms, but it's just because it's such a provocative project. So my first overall, well, okay, sort of in the interest of providing some useful suggestions to the applicants, the second letter from the Texas State art professor, I thought didn't help the application at all. So you might reconsider who you have writing. It just didn't provide that much helpful information. One of the things I really liked about the project was the board was reaching out beyond locals. And so it sort of shows this sort of broader reach beyond the community. It's literally about the community because it's about narratives. But what I was going to say is kind of seems like a criticism is I wondered to what extent this is an arts project or an arts organization, because as an academic, like I see this as more sort of historical archiving. And so it's something that's also eligible for other types of grants that have to do with history and oral histories. And and I think that may actually be points about human subjects and consent, I think might be symptomatic of this sort of slippage between the sort of disciplinary practices in media that we're dealing with. And then the other thing was I wanted to learn more about the larger, the sort of the ways in which the archiving of narratives actually impacts the community beyond the immediate peoples whose voices are being recorded and documented. So we didn't get a lot of information about that. And so I'm curious what sort of endeavors the organization has to create more stakeholding from family members, from the community at large, from other social workers as well.
That's a great point, Karen. And I do want to remind us again about making assumptions. Nothing in the application requires you all to rate them on whatever they're doing. But is there legal complications or legal ramifications or anything like that? So please keep that in mind in terms of scoring. We want to assume that folks would not be doing anything in this particular application, or well as folks who are working with children or other groups of people that would be doing anything that would be considered illegal or consent. Yeah, the application doesn't require that. So just want to make sure folks are on point around that. Anybody else have anything they would like to add?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And it's 3:16. We are scheduled for our last break for the day. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more applications to go. We have a 15-minute break. I know sitting down and staring. Do we want to shorten this to 10 minutes, or do we want to go ahead and take the full 15-minute break? I'll leave that up to you all. James, yes, I see you.
I want all 15.
All 15. That is fine with me. So James is back. And we are back from break. We are continuing the Elevate review panel. Our next application up for review is Penfold Theater Company. Hector and Cassie are our primary and secondary. And Hector, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. So I did score them on the medium to low. Penfold, according to their mission and their history, they actually specifically state that they had no specific niche in mind as they've done this work. Their board is not very diverse, and same thing with their staff. Now, they do mention that they developed in 2019, they developed a plan to deal with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so with that, they are wanting to expand. They know that they again, they mentioned it themselves that their board is not very diverse, and they are looking to expand that. They do mention, however, that they promote within and the staff that they hire there's good representation of people of color and LGBT community. So what they do, they actually, and I wasn't sure whether this is going to be this funding is focused specifically for one performance or for many, because they mentioned that they're going to do a main performance at the ground floor theater. And then they mentioned that they do about 50 performances per year. They've been in existence since 2007. Let's see. They say that many of the new playwrights are people of color. They mentioned that there are I don't remember the percentages, but they have African American, Mexican American that are reflecting the new work that they are now doing performances on. Their hiring purpose, I mean, according to them, they're hiring volunteers and staff based on their DEI principles that they've developed. They do provide services for language, for sign language. They have been working with schools for the blind, but they do not provide any services in Spanish. The budget, they do a really good job of explaining the budget. They provide enough detail about what their expenses are all for within their full budget. Those are the main highlights.
Thank you, Hector. Secondary, Cassie?
Thank you, Hector. I think you covered a lot of the things that I had. They do create some individual opportunities for our key constituency groups for this grant, but it's not clear to me that they have a direct investment in creating long-term or systemic opportunities broadly for these communities. Though I do see they have the potential of serving these groups with continued engagement with them. And the applicant, they show how they support artists, but not how they're incorporated, their voices incorporated in various stages of the development of the project. And they could be improved, the application could be improved by showing how they are responsive, or taking and then being responsive to community feedback. And I also have a note here about providing regular language accessibility as well.
Thank you, Cassie. Would like to invite other panelists at this time to offer up any insights. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this was one where I admitted I went to their website. I looked for more information to get a better sense of their season, because as pointed out, what is the actual representation of their season is not presented. When you look through their own reel that's provided, it is almost entirely white, which is and also overly predominantly male. And even when they reference intersectionality, I found the answer perplexing. I don't know, and I won't make assumptions, who is familiar with the play Art. It is one of the most performed contemporary plays, but it is a play that stars 3 men. Their cast, it's hard to tell because just on picture only, but at least 67% of the roles are being cast by white men. Again, I can't speak for other aspects, and there's an absence of general demographic answer, but showcasing and referencing the show Art doesn't strengthen the argument that, like, they're showing plays by people of color, and at least on their website and in their other materials, it was really hard to find any information to kind of back up that statement. And as with other theater companies that have been referenced, there really is so much that can be done. So many shows that are not being done, that have never been mounted in Austin, whether they be new shows or older shows. And I just challenge their leadership, to, even as they look at the canon, look at the stories that have predominantly been erased, over a centering an all-male cast show that is, dare I say, performed to death.
Just before we go on, just want to caution around making assumptions about physical appearances, particularly around gender, but also around racial identity. And so I think in terms of phrasing what you were seeing, or what you would have liked to see in the application to support a more diverse or diversity in general, I think is the way we would want to phrase that in terms of the city's look at erasure and working with particular cultures. So just want to remind us of that.
I hear you, Priscilla, but I also want to, and also what B was saying, I don't want to make assumptions about what anybody is unless they provide the information. And what they do provide is the fact that it was founded by 3 white college graduates. And I assume that they're providing that information to indicate, like, this was our baseline, this is where we started, and here we have changed, but they're also saying we were founded by 3 white college graduates, and, to show how far we've changed, we're going back and reevaluate, we're re-examining our opening the subject matter of our opening, one of our earliest productions, which is, as B points out, art, which is also about, 3 in the original are 3 white men who are dedicated towards the classics. And so the recurring line of the play is read Seneca. Now, and again, I don't want to let one single piece of content dictate like my evaluation of an organization. But in this particular case, like, I would encourage the organization to really think about how they're presenting themselves and whether that representation is doing the work that they want it to do.
Hector, I see your hand, and I just want to respond to Karen. That comment I think is very valid, because you're stating exactly what's in the application and what that means, right? So I think we're good on that. I just wanted to remind us around looking at particular images and determining or classifying folks of a particular gender and or racial identity. So Hector, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that they're in one particular area. They do mention that they want to deal with gender roles. So they do mention there's a cross-gender cast. And so they are, well, I don't know if they mentioned that they have at least one person, but I do know that they're making an attempt, and they realize that they do need to do that.
If there are no further comments from the panel, seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application, which is Hyde Park Theater. And we've got Karen as primary, Cassie as secondary. So Karen, whenever you are ready to begin. And I don't know if you're speaking, Karen, because you're off to the side, you're muted. So the timer hasn't started. We'll start when we can.
Yeah, I panicked when I screen, like, okay. So Hyde Park Theater is a musical theater. I lost my information here.
And I've paused the timer for now till you find your place.
So I will start by saying that this was difficult for me. This is one of the cases where I really had to look in the application for the answers to the questions. For the opening question, the key constituencies, it looks like they borrowed stuff from their website and put it in rather than answering providing a sort of original prose statement in response to the question. So for key constituents, it says our mission statement is blank, blank, blank. So my understanding of my computer keeps on Xing out, I'm sorry. I think advice to future panelists is try not to use a touchpad. when you're evaluating, because I've had repeated problems with that. But they do have a number of, they self-identify their constituency as diverse audiences. That's their wording, but I didn't get a lot of demographic information about who those audiences are. Among their programming, among some of their features is that they program a Frontera Fest Fringe Festival which has very low financial barriers to entry. They pay among the highest non-equity rates in the city. They have a small but diverse board. They sponsor a play slam for local playwrights. And they seem to have many other sort of open entry opportunities for dramatic production. They have been praised as Hyde Park Theater, where the audiences are younger, more diverse, and less likely affluent. That was an observation that they quote from somebody's review of them, but they did not provide, to my knowledge, information to substantiate that. In their answer, and I'll be interested to hear B's response to this, because in the disability question, again, I was struggling in some situations to understand exactly all of their answers, but I actually felt in the accessibility question that they actually, it seemed to me that they, to my untrained eye, it seemed to me that they were providing a number of accommodations, but there was a poor organization of information that initially led me to think that there were few. They're requesting funding. The funding will help them continue to offer free previews, pay what you can Thursdays, and to subsidize rent to marginalized groups. And they are asking less than the maximum. They're requesting 60,000. They're in their letters and their work sample. First, in my notes, it's difficult to say. I just found that there was not enough energy in either the work sample and the letters. And I just feel that for the arts are all about producing an affective response. And so, you know, as the applicants think about sort of preparing future applications, they might want to think about what they can do to pick recommenders who might write with more emotion, and to create a video edit that somehow conveys a little bit more of the excitement that I know they must have in their productions.
Thank you, Karen. Before we move on to the secondary, just a couple of comments about the mission being from the website. The mission and key constituency question is a two-part question. One part of it is to include their mission statement. And I have not looked at their website, but looking at their response, I do have that. And then they do answer some other things. So still a good comment, but just for the panelists to know that, you know, the mission is part of that question along with the key constituencies. And then for someone's review, we have told applicants in optional workshops that we have provided that, you know, having an outside source to kind of confirm something can be usual. I don't know, can't remember if this applicant came to one of our workshops or not, but just if it is cited by an outside source, that's something that, you know, it's not just someone saying something about themselves. So just keep that in mind for your scoring, and we will move on to secondary. Cassie.
Thank you. I'm actually going to have to give a different point of view. I actually scored this application really high, kind of from their start and their project information. They do a list of the upcoming shows that they're supporting, and also rental space. So they're giving free rental space to the Latino Comedy Project for their 25th anniversary. They're sponsoring Frontera Fest. They're doing work by Raul Garza, who I know works in the Latino community. And they have a list of different very diverse productions that they're putting on there. And then in their mission and key constituencies, they show some of the work that they're doing to different artists that are within the key constituency groups, especially around pay equity, supporting festivals, including the Frontera Festival. So I was pretty satisfied there. And they go on to talk about all those things as well with their partners in the history of service. So overall, I gave them a high score. And I said that their mission and history is rooted in serving communities at risk of cultural displacement and erasure. They have deep connections and ample experience with the communities they serve. And they create many diverse opportunities to support their key constituency groups. And I thought it was an overall well-supported application. And I did say that they expanding on their marketing plan and budget could improve their score. And also how they might incorporate audience feedback into their projects in the future to help connect with new audiences.
Thank you, Cassie. Would like to invite other panelists to add anything. James, if you're talking, you are muted.
I am muted, and I had a
Oh.
thought, and it just for a second left me, and I was trying to get it back.
Okay, I saw B's hand. Do you wanna?
Yeah, so I will say I found this application quite frustrating, and I felt in between our primary and secondary in that it was clear that there was representation, there is service, like, and going into their website, which again I had to do because it wasn't listed in their application, but like what is in their what is actually in their season compared to other theater companies. I was very impressed with the plays that they were choosing in terms of representation and in regards to diversity in the city of Austin, Texas. However, they repeated the same paragraphs at multiple points throughout this application. One paragraph set appears in 3 separate sections, verbatim, with no change. And I know that we are not supposed to take grant scholarship into consideration, but that is a separate issue of not directly addressing the question, which at times they were evading. And in the accessibility answer, they do mention things that they've done, but they're not necessarily contextualized or put through into their program. I will say I love flex seating. I love that in terms of a black box space. I think that's wonderful as a wheelchair user. It is in general more beneficial to us, they point out, but like eliminating the 8-inch stage platform, they don't explain how that actually brings in space if that platform had stairs or a ramp or anything to begin with. I will say I went back and forth. I ultimately gave them the benefit of the doubt in the accessibility score, even though by their own admission, they're not doing a ton currently, because there's enough implication to imply, if you would, that there are things that they are doing beyond the bare minimum and catering to specific aspects of disability. But for all the applicants, present, past, future, that come in, I just ask that you answer each question on its own and don't just copy and paste your response or even copy and paste from your own website. Give us the individual pitch whenever possible.
Thank you, B. We have just a few seconds left. So James, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, I think B hit it right at the end. B knocked it out the park when he was talking about taking the time. It's important to take the time to answer the question, because our goal is to assess, and we want to, and I'm saying it for all the panels that rewatch this, for all of the applicants that rewatch this, that the panels, we want to see the connections. But if the information is not there, and oftentimes if you look at the work that's being done, it's happening somewhere, but you're not telling us.
Thank you. And
Thank
we
you,
are
James.
at time.
And I just want to say, James, B's pronouns are they, them. Just a reminder.
Yes, thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, panelists, for your comments. We are at time for this application. While you are getting the next one up, I will remind everybody that the panel is not required to go by consensus. So this is great that we have, someone who they can change their scores depending on, how the feedback from the other panelists. But If someone has a high score, someone has a low score, and someone has a score in between, then that is fine. The panel is not scoring on consensus. So with that being said, we'll move on to our next application, Forklift Dance Works. B and Cassie are our primary and secondary. And B, whenever you are ready to begin.
Okay. So first off, this is for a specific aspect of what Forklift Works does, which is for the Way of Water, Onion Creek, a series of performances with Austin Watershed Projection and Dove Springs neighborhood residents, addressing the inequitable impacts of flooding in Austin, elevating the voices of neighborhood youth and those with lived experiences of flood events. Their collaboration is community-based arts programming with support city staff and Austin residents by strengthening the relationship to improve understanding of flood issues. Forklift Dance Works works to activate communities through a collaborative, creative process. Their dances feature the skilled movement and often unheard stories of people whose work sustains their daily lives, such as sanitation workers, power linemen, forestry technicians, firefighters, and aquatic maintenance staff. It's not in this application, but I will say that I first became aware of this organization through a documentary that features dance with trash workers. The application is interesting and at times admittedly difficult to score. I gave it a low middle score. One of the challenges is there's no demographic information whatsoever when it comes to leadership. I realize we don't have access to some of the board breakdowns that were provided to you, but it's never really stated. I know that it was started by a white woman, but I don't have any other context to be provided, which also comes back to community accountability. There's not seemingly really any ways for these entities to really contribute both prior to and after the creation of the works and shaping of the works. But it's not the end of the world per se. There's just the information isn't fully there. There is some aspect presented to us in terms of compensation, but that compensation, that the info that's being provided in the budget is more to do with the outside creatives and not the individuals whose work, again, we are using their life and their likeness. And I would like to see more of the grant application going through, obviously, not obviously, but their production expenses to do the type of dance work that they're doing is and can be quite high. They do provide some direct services for the disabled community that are actually very clearly defined. What's kind of intriguing to me is in their environment, it can be more difficult to provide these services, and I applaud them for doing it when many other organizations in more traditional performance environments have chosen not to. But there is a concern for me throughout this in terms of their work, that whether it be intentional or not, there's a danger of tokenism and a potential danger of exploitation, and what's a good word to use for it? I mean, the phrase that we tend to use in the film world is poverty porn, which I know is not the intent, but there is an aspect in artificially or potentially presenting the idea of glorifying more traditional low wage or less thought of as skilled or academically qualified work. And it just, in this application, there's not enough information about how they counteract that and what their long-term benefit is to these individuals. What happens after the work is done? Like, do these people join the board? Does this bring them into other worlds? But I will say, I literally know of one other organization in the entire world that even does something close to this. It's fascinating work, and I could watch their dance pieces all day long.
Thank you. Secondary, Cassie?
So I see sometimes reading these applications is dependent maybe on where you are and what you're, in the community, because I had to take that they were serving communities that have been historically marginalized, and under their mission and key constituencies, they say Forklift Dance Works has been commissioned. Sorry, I'm a little bit off here. Key constituencies are city field employees, typically from working class backgrounds and historically marginalized communities at risk of displacement in the Austin Eastern Crescent, which is, I know, a reference to the East Side in Austin and the communities that have been displaced from there, which are largely African-American and Mexican-American communities. And then under history of service, they say that they engage community members in the co-creation and presentation of the public dance performances. And I know that they're working in the Dove Springs area, which is one of these historic communities, historically marginalized communities as well. And they also say that in their cultural leadership portion, that their leadership comes from the community as well, that they're incorporating those voices into the project. So overall, because of that, I scored them very high. I think it would have been, had I not known that about Austin, it would have made a difference in the way that I scored it. And I do agree with B that and I think that James was saying this earlier, like, you have to be explicit about the communities that you're serving to make it clear, and in every section that you can. Thank you. And that would have been helpful overall, I think, in scoring. I think they're truly community-based programs that incorporate the voice of the community in what they're doing, which is really important for this grant. And they amplify those voices in a very unique way. I haven't seen it, B, but I want to see it and see how it takes place. It's different reading about it than seeing it. But I thought they had a comprehensive and thoughtful marketing plan to retain existing audiences and reach new ones. And I think everything else has been covered.
Thank you, Cassie. And I just want to point out that that's why I'm reiterating the thing around, remember, you all were on this panel and brought to this because of your experiences. And so it's really important that you bring that knowledge forth, but also I think good feedback for the applicants to understand that folks may not know you at all. Hannah, I see you have your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on a little bit to what Cassie has said, I used to work for the city. So what I think an option they didn't really dive into is that they actually give out tickets specifically to city employees first before they give out tickets to performances to the public. And I do see that in the application, they talk about the 5-year period they've spent doing the community work first. And then they use a previous example of the Givens Pool and how the advisory board that formed from the project with Givens Pool continues to advocate for it now. So there's a little bit more lasting community benefit than maybe at first glance.
Does anybody else? I think we have maybe 1 minute or so left.
I'll just say that they report over 250 volunteers. Their events regularly attended by over 500 people. They which they consider sellouts, which strikes me as a pretty substantial number for contemporary dance, and that the donors keep it free. So it just seems like there's significant community investment in this organization.
We have about 30 seconds left. Any final comments from the panel? If there are no final comments, if you would please finalize your scores, we will move on to the next application, which is Austin Creative Reuse. James and Cassie are our primary and secondary. So James and Karen, did you have a conflict with this one that I don't have that written down. I see that you're off camera. Hold, please. I know Karen was having difficulties with her internet. All right, and so we are continuing review. Next application up for review is Austin Creative Reuse. James and Cassie are our primary and secondary. And James, whenever you are ready to begin.
Good. I didn't a great application. I enjoyed reading this application. I'll just go through a few of my notes and kind of summarize a little bit. The organization Reuse is a art serving organization that focuses on like reuse and gently used materials to still support and foster creativity to artists that otherwise would not have access to it. I scored this application relatively high. They tended to stay focused to on their constituency group. That's a hard word to say, by the way, Cassie, who's coming up behind me. So y'all don't take off points for that. To their key group, and both in historical recollection and history of service, rather, and then their own mission and statements, by the way. So some glows and grows for me was there was quite a bit diversity throughout their own admission through the organization. They did have a 100% female identifying board, and I might have missed of why that is so, but I think the key word here, which is sometimes you can get caught up, and this is just my comments to the applicant, you can get caught up in distinguishing, actually what that means. And so if they just said, all female board, but saying all 100% female identifying board is even something that I need to be enlightened on, and making sure I'm making the correct assumption according to the information that's given. And I'd love to hear what the other panelists or someone else who can make me wiser. But excited about it, glows about the diversity I see in the board and even in the community voice. So I did make a couple of notes, some of the glows and grows of things about this application. I always find myself, wanting to see through this application, and particularly this one, what did the actual feedback process look like? And I made a comment previously, and this is in no wise any comparison between the two applications, but a repeating of a statement for me, just under the bell as the bell was ringing. And I feel it relevant to make that statement again, to not make the assumption about the process, because you're looking at the work that's happened. And, each of the panelists here today have their own areas of expertise and background. I myself am a programmer. So when I see a program that's designed and saying you're approaching this and you're doing this and this is going to be the deliverable, I know some conversation had to happen somewhere, but we can't find it, or either it's omitted or it's somewhere else. And that would be one of the grows for me. I want to know, I'm a little stickler. I want to know, how did you get to that conclusion? How did you get to that program? And then there's something else I'll mention a little bit later. The one thing that was a glow that I thought I wanted to mention was they did have dedicated capacity for a coordinator to work with a community engagement manager. And as a programmer working with youth organizations and that type of thing and engaging, which they are, that's a big plus, that capacity, because that also can get some anecdotal information as well as some hard documented data as well, which are things that are not necessarily mentioned or asked for in the application. But when you have the capacity, they can happen. Kudos and glows to them for an East Austin focus. In this intersectionality question, they talked a little bit. One of the things that kind of came out of it, although I didn't find much evidence, one of the things that came out of it that they didn't notice, which I was excited that they had the lens to see, but of course they didn't address it, nor did I think they had to, which was about gentrification. And I don't even think they used that word actually. But they talked about the people of color being driven out by the increase of housing, expenses, cost of living, that type of thing, which impacts the communities that they serve, and in any institution or nonprofit in the area. So I was hoping that they would speak more about it. This could possibly have been a partnership identity, and it may very well have been a partner name later on that I missed. But I was hoping to see a little bit more about that. There was one other thing I think I had, opportunity creation. Great work around creating opportunities as it relates to resource, spaces for free or to low cost, which is very important for the communities that you serve. They did talk about specific groups, both the LGBT communities. They did talk about supporting and other groups of color, other people of color. There was another, partnerships definitely was a big one. They talked about Austin Zero Waste. That was another one. So that it was the evidence of that there. What else stood out? Oh, okay. So this was the final thing. I'm not a good note taker. I usually keep it all in my head, and that's a pro and a con. They talked about, when they talked about language, I think this was probably the most quenching thing for me. When they talked about language, and I can't wait to hear the other panels, they talked about doing programming, and I'm paraphrasing here, in spaces like schools where families and communities are comfortable, where they're accustomed to, the space. So if I have an event at a school, and I'm serving the population that attends that school or is in that neighborhood, they know where the emergency exits are. They know where the park, they know that the buses come that time. And it's their neighborhood. They know, and I definitely agree. I think that's a good tactic. That's a good strategy, to be in the spaces where families consider themselves to be safe, especially when you're serving children. But I also think it's important to, as an organization, to go the extra mile to intentionally to communicate and over communicate and make accommodations for those, and not to assume that someone's going to be there to be able to speak their language or translate, or leave it all up to the partner or to the school or to the other organization, to the rec center, to the gym, to the church. The list goes on and on. And so I think that's a missed opportunity to address it, and I think it's passing on the buck just a little bit. All right, 3 minutes left, and I want to save some time for the second. Thank you so much.
Sure. And then real quickly, before we move on to the secondary, James's comment about female identifying. So again, can't speak for the applicant, but usually what that refers to is cis women and trans women. So it's encompassing both of those. Secondary, Cassie?
Thank you, James, for covering a lot of what I had to say. I gave it a moderately high score. I thought it was thoughtful and intentional, the application, and that their work reaches a lot of groups within the key constituency areas. And I think I want to reiterate what James said, that they're very intentional in the selection of their partners and locations. So we know that gentrification is a very interesting process, by which the neighborhoods in Austin have slowly or quickly just been changing. And so sometimes I think there's an outward appearance to a neighborhood that says something about it, but we really don't know the varying differences within that own community. And for them to intentionally pick these communities where there are still community members there that are low income, and this connection to low income schools as well, and access to the arts, I think is very intentional. And they framed it well within there. I think equity and intersectionality and accessibility have been central to this mission, and being accessibility in relation to having access to materials, And the leadership has connection with the communities that they've been working in. They've been working in them for a while. And they have a thoughtful and comprehensive marketing plan to reach new and existing audience members. I don't have too much more that will duplicate what James said, so stop there.
All right, we've got 1 minute left. Any other panelists like to add anything?
They had two great letters, one from a mural workshop leader and one from a 37-year-long neighborhood resident, describing both the operations of the organization and its impact. And you couldn't read those letters and not believe that that they were really having an impact on the community.
Raised fist means 30 seconds. I'm neutral. I'm not in solidarity with any particular applicant. 30 seconds, 18 seconds. Oh my God. For any final comments from the panel. If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to our penultimate application for the day. It's your big word for the day as well, means second to the last for those who don't know, line upon line. James and B are our primary and secondary. And James, whenever you are ready to begin.
No, I got back-to-back primary. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Jesus. Line upon line, look at my notes to make sure I stay on task here. I scored this application score for me moderately low. It's a broad stroke. It's a broad brush stroke from their mission. Their mission was about just their group is composers, and so they're pretty much open to everyone to come, and they want to be a resource to that. They talk about their vision, and the organization itself is still, I think, relatively young, 2009, compared to, when we look at, a broader system of arts and creative organizations. History, the same thing. It still stays pretty broad. I think it is when it gets down to cultural activities for me. One of the notes I made, I found no evidence just of equity as a part of the proposal or even considered. They did mention one thing. They said 39% of their works are programmed by non-white composers. And they left it there, which was interesting to me. I wanted more details. I wanted more specifics or more data on that. And I think, what was that under? That was under their cultural activities. Let me go back to leadership. They talked about the powers that be with, I think, the three leaders or the three founders of the organization. So I didn't get much of how the community is involved or represented in that capacity itself. Let's see what else. Intersectionality and inclusion, I saw no evidence of acknowledging diversity or working or engaging or partnering or addressing the intersectionality of issues. And make sure I'm looking at the right ones. Yes. This was an interesting quote in the application. The applicant's words, not mine. It is our honest feeling that some of the most historically underrepresented people in our field, e.g. women, Black, Latinx, Middle Eastern, are making some of the most exciting work out there today. It's with these composers that we are forming new partnerships. And so that I was left with the assumption that that hasn't begun, that isn't happening yet, is what I want to say. That's what I meant to say, that it isn't happening yet. So that's an interesting, and maybe this is a direct response with their leadership, with 9 out of 23 composers being non-white. Maybe they fit into this category of the people they acknowledge and they need to work with. I'm not sure. What are the notes? Found some evidence of financial support for the organization, but little to no evidence. I didn't see strong evidence of volunteerism with the organization. Kudos to them for getting finally nailing. It looked like they nailed down a full-time ED or paid someone full-time on last year. So kudos, that's a big move for an organization. Also evidence of job creation, education, and networking we saw in the application. When it came to accessibility, the one thing that stuck out, I'm gonna get it before my panel member gets it, and that was it needs a notice to accommodate for, they need 2 weeks notice to accommodate for accessibility or disability needs. So that was a big grow for me. And then it did make a comment about language at the end that says that is non-lingual, which was interesting. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right organization. I think, yeah, line upon line. Yeah. That the information is that the music is not lingual, but conversations are. And artists are lingual. Talkbacks with artists, understanding their bios and introducing a piece of music is very much lingual. And so that was concerning. They are focusing on marketing and audience development. They have identified this as a gap. Kudos to them, and they want to put money towards that if getting this grant. So it's always a good thing for people to understand, you know, hey, maybe this is not an area we're not doing so well, and this is where we're going to tuck the money. Final thing is, in the notes, it's just a question. They said that gigs for their budget actually caused an issue for them to get behind, if I remember correctly. But gigs are also going to be the surplus. And a musician myself just need more rationale around that. I know how gigs can be. One quote I wrote, I'm not sure my note, we will direct awarded funds to composers at the performance required to bring their work to life. Okay, so putting the money where artists are was another goal for the organization. So I'm done. Those are my comments.
All right, 4.5 minutes, secondary B.
Yeah, we're somewhat in alignment, except I will say I scored this quite low, and was almost verbatim with you, and somewhat perplexed by their response in the accessibility in both sections, but specifically when it comes to non-English language. Of course, classical composition, instrumental composition may not have language, but how do you engage with somebody if you don't communicate in the time in between? And I assume, although I could be wrong, that in their concerts, there is some level of dialogue that exists between the numbers, or a bare minimum in introducing the show, and then there's signage. There's just so much that can be done that does not have to be an economic issue. And the prior response, we produce all of our public facing events in a handicap accessible location and make note on our ticketing platform that we are happy to accommodate individuals with other disabilities. The handicap accessibility sounds great, except there are people with handicap disabilities that will still need such accommodation. So you're not just talking about other and additional, but you should also be addressing specific elements with those that have needs that go beyond the ADA. I myself am a semi-walking quadriplegic, but I can tell you direct that I have needs if I were to go to one of these shows that go beyond what is stated in the realm of ADA. I was frequently frustrated by a lack of demographic breakdown, but I'm going to go into cultural leadership. So they say that they have a diverse group of 12 composers, but the closest we get to any breakdown of that is specifically that you have people from different stages in their careers, which is good. We have people from North America and Europe, but we have nothing about gender, race, LGBTQIA+, disability. And then because this is an Austin-based thing, it raised some concern that maybe the board might be overrepresented elsewhere. I didn't score negatively because of that, but I want to hear about what's being done on the ground locally. There's definitely opportunity for this organization to grow. And opportunity for this organization, I hope, regardless of the results of this grant application, to look inward, because it appears that there is more diversity and inclusion being done than what is presented in this application. But at the end of the day, there's so much that is not referenced that it wouldn't even be appropriate to infer, because the info is just not there.
And real quick before we move on to other comments, if there are any, for the gig comment that was made about the budget, that's in the fiscal health part of the line item that asks about surpluses, deficits, or fluctuations in budgets. So I think that's what that was referring to. Some years they have more gigs, some years they have less. We have 36 seconds left for any final comments on this application.
I would just echo the comments of both the primary and the secondary, but B sort of ended by saying that they encourage the applicant to look inward, but I really think the answer is not to look inward, but to look outward, because one of the things that the application does repeatedly is refer to our composer community, which suggests that their constituency is only composers and that there's not other people who are attending it. I would encourage them to reach out to people beyond the community of simply of composers.
And that is a perfect ending comment. We are done. Let me stop my thing there. We are done with this application. We have one more. I see James clapping his hand. So please finalize your comments and scores for this application. And then we will move on to our final application for today before we start back again tomorrow. But our final application for today is Sonic Guild. Hannah and Cassie are our primary and secondary. And Hannah, whenever you are ready to begin.
Hi, this was not my like a high scoring application for me. I felt like the mission of Sonic Guild was very broad. It was about their mission is working towards a vision that leverages the local music community to create a path to sustainable career for local musicians. And they talk about, what was it? So it wasn't in the actual mission area, but in another area, that's actually where they share more specifically the mission of creating, it was something like really exemplary music. Sorry, I'm pulling it up right now. Builds communities to support the creation and performance of extraordinary new music, which I had to kind of dig around a bit to find in the other question areas. So primarily their key constituencies are musicians. They talk very broadly about how diversity is important to them, but it's not very detailed in how they explain how they go about ensuring that. I did have to go to the website to get clarity on how they fund the musicians, because they heavily state that they give out a lot of grants. So it's a membership structure of where their members are patrons that then receive access after paying membership to content of these local musicians. And the local musicians have to be nominated in order to be part of the Sonic Guild musicians circle. So I felt like the access was quite limited in that way. So that was kind of interesting to read about. It took a little digging around to kind of figure out what exactly was that format. So the website seems to lay it out a little bit better, was what I discovered. There's an area in history of service where they say that notably 50% of recent grants went to Black musicians. But then in another area later on, they state that I think in 2021 and 2022, it was 50% of the grants went to BIPOC musicians. So there's conflicting data there that I'm not sure which one is correct, or maybe that 50% to Black artists is for a specific year and they didn't clarify that. They talk about alumni artists having decision-making power. So I noted that down in the cultural leadership area, but then there's not a lot of detail about who besides their board has power. It seems like it's primarily a small board of about 5 people for what they call the Austin chapter. So they do have chapters in other locations that they've started. Their board also seems to have some sort of vetoing power when it comes to which musicians are selected as part of the annual musicians that are given grants. So if you're a paying member, you can nominate, but basically the board still has the power to veto that. And then it says that they have that veto power to ensure diversity, but they don't really have any metrics or any transparency detailed in terms of how do they make that decision, that when should they go ahead and do that, or what if there's any parameters behind when that is exercised in particular. One of the project areas and cultural activities they wrote down for is that a South by Southwest showcase, and it says it's an official South by showcase, which was a little concerning to me because usually when it's an official showcase, you're paying South by Southwest also some money, but they unless it's some sort of collaborative type of programming with them. That's not detailed as well. So I couldn't find anything in the budget to say besides them asking for the production funds to put it on. It doesn't really detail what amounts are going towards their ball versus the South by programs versus any other concerts they want to put on. So yeah, there's just multiple issues of just not a lot of detail or not answering questions. Like for example, the ESL score. They didn't answer, or they answer that they don't have programming with language specific accessibility, but they did list off like artists that happen to sing in Spanish, for example. So yeah, that's most of my notes on this one.
Thank you. Secondary, Cassie?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try not to repeat too much of what Hannah said. I did also give them a relatively low score. While they do provide some programming for the key constituency groups, they don't seem to be centered within their program or really have much of a say in the feedback process. It took me a while to find out what the service was that they were offering, and I had to read it a couple times to see what was that. I appreciate that Hannah could explain it a little better for me. They mentioned where these artists need support, specifically in wage gaps between different groups in the key constituency areas, but not how they focused on the groups to overcome this or how they could help change it. They do include a quote from a local newspaper saying they serve a key constituency. However, more specific information from the organization itself would be helpful. I think it would be really important to know more about their leadership structure and then also about how decisions are made. And they can improve their score by really clearly stating who's involved in the decision-making processes. I found the intersectionality was a very small component of this organization's programming, but it'd be helpful to know more about what they think they're about their organizational leadership and how they consider it within that, because they didn't see much information. And I just reiterate the kind of lack of Spanish language interpretation. While I do have Spanish language programming people who sing in Spanish, it would be nice to see the other interpretation, as B was saying earlier, or I think it was B, at all points, right? Or of the process, not just in what's being offered musically. And that's all I have.
Thank y'all. Any other panelists that would like to add any final comments?
I would just add that the starting point to enter for entry membership is $750 annually, which seems like a really high starting level for membership. So therefore would create like an economically homogeneous community. It's not going to be as economically diverse, and presumably often also is not culturally diverse.
Thank you, Karen, for going a little more in detail, because I'm like, come on. Yeah, I was
Well,
like,
I mean,
no.
so they actually say in their application that they wanted to imagine an art supports organization like the opera or the symphony, which makes sense. But that you know, I appreciate the gesture to try and elevate other types of like sort of grassroots live music to something of establishment arts like the opera or the symphony. But it's also being marketed. It's also conceptualized as a kind of stakeholding that can presumably only can welcome fairly affluent members.
Yeah, I definitely agree with pretty much everything that's been said. I didn't get enough information to separate the Austin chapter from the other chapters. I also had a question around their name change. I will say the prior name Black Threat seemed particularly problematic to me for any of a myriad of reasons that I don't think I have to say here, though I imagine that may have been the cause of the change. But there, you know, there's no actual accessibility info provided, and instead I, you know, put the challenge to them as well as to other organizations is like, what about disabled musicians? What are you doing in that regard to service the second largest minority demographic in the city of Austin, Texas? Because it's both in terms of what services, I want to be clear, are you offering to your audience, but also what are you serving in terms of your constituency? And for South by Southwest, I know that there were legal issues with them not paying musicians, and that, I mean, I can't specify because it's not clear, but it would seem to be that partnering with South by Southwest would be at odds with properly compensating musicians.
5 seconds for final thoughts. And we are at time. Thank you, panel, for reviewing these applications. We are at time for this application. That was the last application to be reviewed today. So we will stop the recording.